questions. And this is your time for 15 minutes. You can speak and enlighten to all the participants about the this particular crisis period, COVID-19, and followed by we will move towards the we have 10 paper presenters, and we will listen to them and interact with them under your able leadership. Professor E. Vayunandan.
Okay, before he joins Professor Vayunandan, I joined Dr. Manas in welcoming Professor Vayunandan. Let me tell you, he is a go-getter. The university in last year, they got an award from Commonwealth of Learning for good material. So you can imagine that how he is a hot task master, if I say so. So welcome, Professor Vayunandan, and we look forward to your views.
Thank you, Manas, and thank you, Madam, for your kind and words about me and my university. First of all, I should appreciate the Commonwealth of Learning and Krishnakant Hande Open University for organizing such a wonderful conference at the time of this crisis. I congratulate and thank both the Commonwealth and also the SEMCA people and also the Vice Chancellor of the Open University. I think it's a since morning we were listening to number of speakers, starting with the Professor Asha Kanwar, followed by Professor Nageshwar Rao. Then we had also the ministry representative, and followed by the Philippine Chancellor, and then by the Ahmedabad Open University, that is Gujarat. So I mean, it's a good presentation by all of them, and followed by my good friend Srikant Mahapatra. Listening to all of them, being a student of administration, and I understand Asha Kanwarji told about how we can, in this crisis, bridge a gap and also have international collaborations, and also the gap between the disadvantaged sections, how we can have collaborations and come out of this COVID. And Professor Nagesh Rao told about all those issues which confronting because of the COVID, especially in the open universities. So looking at this as I said, student of administration. So being at IGNOU, I remember when we developed a disaster management course there, we used to talk about disaster pre, during, and post. So that is what I understand when you deal with a disaster like this, this pandemic, also like COVID-19. So in this context, I will be taking 3 phases: pre, post, during, and post. Of this about the YCMOU. You all know that Maharashtra is a very big state, having 36 districts, and no doubt we have 8 regional centers, around 2,000 study centers, and for last few days, the way we are dealing, it's really some sort of like blessing in disguise, or in crisis only we get some kind of a initiative and innovation that is showing up. So coming to the pre-COVID-19, so what you will be knowing that we have around 6.5 lakh students every year joining our university, and our admission is almost last 5 years it is online. So it is completely online admission. Then one good thing about is we have entire course material of around 200 courses, which includes certificate, what you call certificates, diplomas, and graduation and post-graduation. All are in PDF form and they are loaded in our website. So this is one thing which we have. And the other very important thing is what we understand that, and we also have some entrance tests which we completely conduct online, and that mostly PhDs, MBA, B.Ed, these are all conducted. And the other important, very important thing which we come across, we do it is our examination, the annual examination. It is almost semi-digital. Our question papers will go online to the examination centers. We have barcoded answer scripts, which are, once they are completed, all the answer scripts are come to the center at Nasik, and they are scanned and uploaded to another 400 examination centers, and where the people come and do on the computer. So within a span of 20 to 30 days, we not only conduct examination, simultaneously we do the evaluation and we declare the results. It's a semi-digital, I said. And because in between the examination, right, I mean, is a manual writing of examination. So this is what another thing. The other most important thing which we come across, that we have the entire PDF form, and we have a web radio, which is it runs 24 hours. Then we have another important thing is we have 971 audio cassettes programs and 381 video programs. We have a separate YouTube, on the name of YCMOU. And here, this is what is the COVID scenario of the Open University. So this is how we do, earlier. Then coming to during COVID. So there are a number of issues which came up. First thing, we have not completed our counseling at the study centers. So naturally, how to go about, we have to complete that. So initially we started with video conferencing of our board meetings, academic council meetings, finance committee meetings. Then we had a meeting with our vice chancellors, directors, and also regional directors to how to go about. Then in the process, what we done was, we told them, see how best you can do on, Zooming or whatever platform you use. Then by themselves, we found that number of regional centers, that is, we have 8 regional centers, and they started for last 15 days counseling at the regional center platform or study centers. So even today, since morning, in between I am going and again attending the counseling session started by the various regional center at the study center or at the regional center, addressing the students. And they are so, because of this COVID, a new kind of situation is being created. So everyone is so interested. So not only teachers and the students, and everyone is interested to create some sort of, and they're very happy in this part of counseling. So this is out, I think, last 15 days, there is no time since morning to evening, and night also they are conducting the counseling sessions. And that way it has given a wide space, scope for, different innovations. Some are using some Zooming, some say that there are a security problem, some is using Google, some is using everyone is using everything, which platform which they are available, and that way they are trying to connect everywhere. And this is one thing which is very interesting in the what we call during the what we call the what we understand during this period. So this is what we are doing, and fortunately we got a call from COL that they want international collaboration and where we should also join together. We said we are most interested, because the initiative taken by the COL and addressing the students at various global level, I thought that we will also join with them and also help them in various whatever activities they are. So this is what I think we found it. Then other thing which we understand is that there are a number of other universities, open universities are coming, so that we will have some sort of a partnership and we have some effort to address this kind of a problem. So always I feel that looking at that is a problem, I don't think it is, this is a crisis where it will also create some sort of a innovation. Then we have other things to come up. So what we understand is that, as I said, this is what is going on today, and hopefully within a month or within 15 days or a month, lockdown may be lifted, but it may be phased manner. So that we have to see how to go about the after COVID. So this is what I understand. That the first thing is, the very good part is print material. You know that all open universities, I think the print material is the biggest task. Procuring the paper, I mean, going for the printers, then distributing the printing material. It's a big, and not only big, and it costs you also heavy. We around 27 to 30 crores we spend on this whole printing material. I think post COVID-19 has shown us way. You convert entire PDF into your e-content and save money as you much. And now the students are also habituated. I am also habituated. I never seen an e-paper. I used to go for a newspaper. But now today, for last 1 month, I'm looking at e-papers, Hindu, and so that way even students are habituated. So this is a big opportunity to convert entire material into e-content. This is the COVID scenario. The other important is examination. As I said, our examination is half digitalized. So the manual writing of exam, now the social distance. So that is what's more important. Morning, I think Nagesh Rao was telling a 60-room class, how we cannot accommodate because of social distance. So this way, I think we have to go for complete online examination. And we have a lot of presentation by MKCL, Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited, saying there is a black box technology where you can allow the student to write from the home. That we are still, I mean, in the discussion stage. I think hopefully maybe that will be, I think this post-COVID will give us the space that we should have the examination also totally online. Then counseling. Now, I mean, I'm looking at it. The counseling is taking from Nasik. The counseling is taking place from regional center. The counseling is taking place from the study center by the online. So now we have a big opportunity that counseling need not be face-to-face at the study centers. The counseling can also take place online. So that way we can design that how that at central place, what like IGNO we used to do, that teleconferencing from Delhi to all these study centers. So likewise, we can, I mean, design a model that what from center, what from the regional center, what from the, I mean, from the study center. So this is a big space. The other very important thing is all meetings can be done on video conferencing, whether you're a board of management, your academic council, or whether, because our jurisdiction is Maharashtra, different coordinators or different, different regional director, that also you can do online, everything on video conferencing. Then the most important is, like rightly said by Professor Asha Kanwar, the capacity building of faculty members, because you have number of platforms available. Some say there are security problems, some has audio problems, some has video problems, some is not that effective. So now here we have to not only build up the capacity on the content preparation, what to be lectured, but equally what platform should be used. And equally, there's very important for a university to create its own platform. That is where we are also trying to develop it. The other very important thing which we understand is that we have to address, as rightly said by Professor Asha Kanwar, that weaker section. So that is to be taken care of. That is physically, persons with disability. This is the important area where we have to address post COVID-19. Then the other is more coordination between the open universities. I think this has now no doubt we have good, collaboration with all, cooperation. Now more, effective, so that sharing of things and even the all parts we can do that. The other very important thing which you have seen in COVID-19, the government hospitals have been, now everyone is having only faith on government hospitals, and they are now fully equipped, and the equipments have been brought to fight with COVID, which were laying almost not being looked after at the hospitals. Now, in the same way, the government universities like Open University, I think there need to be. Unfortunately, this COVID-19 has created distance mode, e-resources, online and even video conference. So it's a good, thing which we come across. And the other most important thing, UGC and MHRD. I'm sorry to say, I think there are to be facilitators. Tomorrow there is going to be a meeting that how the UGC, this open distance learning regulation, how we have to integrate online courses. I think there should be facilitated. Unfortunately, last few years, they are more like a, I don't say regulator, more or controlling. Saying that, no, should be there, this grading should be there, that grading should be there. Now, I think this is a lot of opportunity was provided by COVID-19, and everyone is looking at how we have to deliver. I think this is what the MHRD and UGC, and they should also think about the open universities. I think that, and plus financing. Unfortunately, financing is not there. That has to be restored. When Distance Educational Council is to be there, it is to be them. Then other very important thing is there, I rightly said by Professor Nagesh Rao, the conventional universities and distance mode universities, I think the gap has been completely, almost minimized. So people used to say, so now when I calling to Hyderabad to talk to one of my my brother's granddaughter, she says that she's hardly third class. She's getting everything on the WhatsApp. Today you have to do this activity. So from the school, people are habituated. So this is a great opportunity for the open universities, especially. I think this is where we have to collaborate, and we, under the umbrella of COL, SEMCA, and our open university, I think we can withstand this, COVID-19, and we can go forward, and we can do much, reaching the unreached, or like we say, Gyana Ganga Garo. This is what. Thank you very much for giving this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vayunandan, and this is really eye-opening concerns you have thrown to the floor. And if I am not forgetting the things, you are more concerned about the e-counseling, which is more important for the distance learners, and you are talking about the examinations through online. You are talking about the more collaborations and partnerships among the ODL institutions, along with more partners and gap minimization between conventional universities and ODL institutions, and more you are concerned towards the capacity building of the faculty members and the technical staffs to be equipped with the online initiative and managing through online for better teaching learning. And I also noted here that your appeal to the regulatory bodies and the governments should need to be more concerned towards the some of the issues which need to be adequately convenient to the promoting of the open and distance learning. Thank you very much, Professor Vayunandan, for your eye-opening thoughts and concerns towards this improvement of open and distance learning, particularly in the better teaching learning process in this kind of pandemic crisis, and no doubt looking towards the more quality towards the education and learning. Thank you very much, sir. Be with us, and
thank you, man.
We will listen to our all prepared presenters. I have seen there are very good papers has been assigned to us for the presentation. Our paper presenters are ready with us, and I can go one by one. And first paper with us, that Dr. Sangeeta Kakoti, Deputy Director, Multimedia Course Material Center of KKHSOU. And her paper title is Support Services to the Learner During Critical Times, with case reference to the Jan Tarang community radio stations. And now over to Dr. Sangeeta Kakoti. You please stick into the time. We are started little bit 2-3 minutes late. And if you will cooperate with each other, or this is for all paper presenters also. And if you agree, we can manage our presentation by 5 minutes so that we can end up the day. We will get more time for discussion. So now over to you, Sangeeta Kakoti.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you hearing my voice?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Good afternoon, a very good afternoon to one and all present over here. As the time is very limited, and it is coming to the 5 minutes, so I just would like to focus on my objective of the paper. And as a ODL institute, we all have different types of learner support services in our normal time as well as in our critical time too. But the all services, what we have seen that for all the educational institute, what we have seen that it is related to our SLM, and it is all are confined to SLM only, and it is also for the post enrollment basis. So, but in this unprecedented situation that happened in this time due to the COVID-19, the people may have different types of problem. They may have different types of crisis. They may they may suffer many mental stresses also, many disturbance also. But what our ODL institutes are giving, what services we are giving to our learner and our community in this type of aspects. So our ODL Institute have to see, our ODL Institute have to think some alternative solution for this type of situation so that they can serve the learners and in this type of situation also, and as well as our community also. Yeah. That is in this time, and that is by thinking all these things that one solution is coming to my mind, that yes, the radio, mainly the community radio, can solve this problem. The community radio can, because see, this is community radio is one of the best solution in this type of in this time for our learner, because in this time we all know that community radio can directly reach to the community, directly reach to the learner, and it is only the media through which we can raise our voices. We can learner can raise their voices through this media, which is the limitations for other radio stations also, and limitations for other media also. That is why we are not using our service through our community radio station. This is one point, and that is why actually I am proposing one critical and difficult time approach in the light of the program of broadcasting through our community radio service, Gyan Taranga Community Radio Service, which is patronized by Krishna Kanta Hendricks State Open University. And yes, these programs, what we are proposing is something different, and it should not be same as the normal broadcasting. Yes, we should have to commit. Our commitment should be there for the learner. The trust should be developed, and whatever if we need, we have to outsource our experts in this particular aspect in the relevant field if we require as much as possible. And the program also, what we are going to focus to the learner, this program also we have to formulate in such a way that it is very much learner friendly, and that the people should develop their interest in those radio programs even without knowing that they are the target audience for the program. And one question may arise in this point, that what will happen if since community radio is a 90% of the community and 10% only is the radio, and it is not it is for the community and by the community, we all know. But is the community will crowd and in the station and violating the fundamental norms of the social distancing, which is essential, very much essential to fight the COVID-19? No, it is absolutely not, because only one anchor can do all these things. If one anchor will present in the station and where the transmitter is located, and he can establish the link with the community, he can coordinate the matters with the community, he can convey the messages whatever they require. In this way, if we formulate our all programs, then I think we can serve serve our purpose, and we can give support to the learner in this way. Again, one question may arise in this time, that community radios covering ranges, community radio covering ranges is only up to 10 kilometer or to 15 kilometer of range. This much distance only we can cover. But this also we can overcome if we have the internet radio service facility. So if this facility will be having, then the exposure will be worldwide. So this facility we can have, we can offer, all ODL institute can offer, and very easily, this very easily, yeah. And in this context, I just want to share my experience, in our community radio service Gyan Taranga. We are running our community radio
Kakuti, please,
from, yeah,
please
we are,
conclude.
yeah,
Please
in this
conclude.
way, this is on the proposal actually for all ODL institutes, so that how we are running our community radio in the same way in this type of crisis, in this type of situation. All other institutes also, all other ODL institutes and conventional institute can go for this type of services. This is my with this I am concluding my topic, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kakotit. It's a really very nice initiative, and your good presentation. And we are moving towards the next presenter, Dr. Shruti Dhara Mohanta. She is Assistant Professor in Education, Directorate of Open and Distance Learning, Dibrugarh University, Assam. Her topic is shifting to online learning, equity, access, and inclusion in the secondary education at the time of COVID-19, a case study in Dibrugarh district of Assam. It's in India. And thank you very much. And it's a very nice paper. And now over to Dr. Mohanta. Again, you have only 5 minutes. You please start your presentation.
Yes, sir, I'm present. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Actually, thank you to all. Good afternoon. Hello.
Yeah, please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you to all. Due to time constraint, I think I should directly move on to the objective of my paper. The objective of my paper is to identify the measures taken by the concerned authority teaching learning process, to study forms, tools adopted by the educational institution to reach their learners, to study the equity, access, and inclusion during COVID-19, and to the options of the teachers on the online teaching learning, and also to study the acceptability of online learning tools by the students. And in this study, we have
Dr. Mohanta. Dr. Mohanta, if you can switch off your video so that your
case study design and the study.
Dr. Mohanta, can you switch off your video so that your network will support? Yeah, please continue. Please continue.
2020 to 16 April 2020. In the sample, we have selected 30 schools by stratified random sampling, and also selected one administrator, one teacher, and 2 students from each. Yes. Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I need to switch off my video.
No, I think network problem.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
I think it is already. Yeah. Then in a resultant discussions, what we have found that measures taken by the government authority to support the teaching learning processes as follows. The Directorate of the Secondary Education, Board of Secondary Education of Assam, SEBA, has
Dr. Shrutidhara, your network is very poor. Your network is very poor. If you will allow us, your paper, full paper and presentation can be shared through the conference site, and many people can get access to that. If I'm taking this opportunity to just helping you in this way. And so, Dr. Shrutidhara, can we go for the another presenter? That will be better. Thank you very much, Dr. Shrutidhara. Sorry, we are unable to reach to you because of your poor network. Anyway, your paper and your presentation will be appeared in the portal of the conference and website of the conference. So now we are moving towards the next presenter, which is with us, Dr. Sikha Rai, Assistant Professor, School of Journalism and New Media Studies, IGNOU, New Delhi. Her paper title is Teaching Mass Communication Through Online Mode in Times of Pandemic, Experience from IGNOU. This is very nice paper. I'm feeling that because mass communication and particularly online education, it's both are the relating to each other very closely. And now over to Dr. Rai.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, you've rightly put it. They are all very connected. And good afternoon to everyone, all my colleagues from IGNOU and outside, and international colleagues as well. Welcome to my presentation. And I would just connect you to my presentation now. Teaching mass communication through online mode in times of pandemic, experiences from IGNOU. I would skip the introduction. We know what it is all about. So the objectives of this was to explore the most effective means of communicating with the learners through online mode, to ensure smooth delivery mechanism by the faculty team from the confines of their homes during the extended lockdown period, to bring the academic counselors of the two programs. We've launched two new programs right now in January 2020. So we wanted to bring the academic counselors of the two programs pan-India on board and ensuring zero scope of disinformation, and to put the anxieties of the learners to rest in these extraordinary times of COVID-19. The methodology for this was basically, it was a case-based approach, which is descriptive and qualitative in nature and follows a constructivist approach for learning. A comparative analysis of the available features of various technologies and platforms that were made available was done. And it was to indicate the measurable advantages and disadvantages to the group, a large group that an ODL university deals with. And these could be like the ease of operation, less cumbersome, interoperability, and wider reach. So now let me take you to the situational analysis. The School of Journalism and New Media Studies of Indira Gandhi National Open University has launched two new programs in January 2020 admission cycle. One is MA in Journalism and Mass Communication, and the other is PGJMC or postgraduate Diploma in Journalism and Mass Communication. PGJMC was an old program that has been revised and relaunched in a completely new avatar. This was of 32 credits and the MA is of 64 credits. Now, there is also the lateral entry and exit provision. And the challenges we are facing was the health emergency that we all know about, the economic setback, and the zero mobility, due to which the normal university functions were suspended and the huge ODL machinery was suddenly stalled. Now, what we had with us was an integrated technology mix, because we were forced to think what could be the best possible solution in the shortest possible time. So we had this integrated technology mix, like I said, that in my methodology, that we analyzed which are the best features that we can put to use. And we were looking PGJMC plus MA first year together. We were looking at an 800 strong group. So the integrated technology mix that we made use of, we decided upon was Gmail, Google Classrooms, YouTube, Google Meet, interactive radio counseling through Gyanvani, which is the radio channel of IGNOU, Facebook live lectures through IGNOU Facebook official page, in-house productions of IGNOU's Electronic Media Production Center, which produced audio as well as audiovisual programs. So that was used as supplementary material in Google Classrooms. And study material was uploaded in the digital repository of IGNOU, the eGyanKosh. Now, there were a few factors that we decided whether what kind of technological combination should be used. Like when we talk about the ease of operation, Google Classroom is easy to navigate and operate both by the learner as well as the administrator. There are also options to co-teach, which allows for intervention of more than one teacher in a course. Then it is also less cumbersome. Though IGNOU has its own Moodle and Google Classroom is similar in features to it, yet as an LMS, Google Classroom is much simpler to understand and use, along with greater scope of customization, which is there in Google Classroom. And as far as interoperability is concerned, all of them, other than Facebook and interactive radio counseling, are Google products. So which makes this the interoperability easier, as a separate ID is not required when you work on each. And there is, of course, a wider reach, because Google Classroom can accommodate up to 1,000 learners at a time. And there are less policy issues, because we have been using G Suite, Google Suite. It does not present any policy related issues, especially if an institution has procured it. And there were some other features that I would like to highlight of this integrated marketing mix, the tech combo. Like, say, for example, we are making use of Google Meet, which can take up to 250 members in a call, which is integrated with the Google Calendar. And one can also record.
Conclude by 30 seconds.
All right. I'll only talk about the features and then I would end. One can record and save meetings here. YouTube is one of the most popular video sharing and archiving websites. Facebook Live took the first session and the reach was about 11,000 to 12,000 within 24 hours. Gmail, you all know, and of course, the Gyanvani radio station is something that has been a hit with IGNOU for a very long time. So yes, all the objectives that I said in the beginning, we could answer all these questions satisfactorily. So far, so good. Now, the country is at a nascent stage of online policy formulation, and the time for ODL is there now to take the spotlight. If we can make sustainable, resilient initiatives, we can be better and stronger global players than what we've currently been or what we've been till date. That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shikharai-ji. And it's very interesting that your particular role into the expert of the inclusion and connecting with the various media, particularly to provide quality education and major focusing to this particular crisis period. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Next presentation with us, Dr. Tilotama Ray. She's a lecturer in Department of Languages, Calcutta University. And her topic for this presentation is ensuring equity in education during COVID-19. It's a very interesting topic. And now over to Dr. Ray.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. My topic is ensuring equity in education during COVID-19. In my paper, I try to focus on three key issues. The first one is classroom environment and equity. The second one is structure of within the educational structure. And the third one is impediments to access online supports. Firstly, I would like to state that pandemics will become a recurring factor. So we need to strengthen our public health and research institutes to be better prepared for the future. The first of the three issues is classroom environment. In regular times, a system of education is unequal between public and private systems of education. Pandemics can make it worse. Online teaching makes it difficult to teachers to gauge students' ability to understand classes. Normally, teachers would use facial expression to modify lectures to ensure everyone to understand, but this has become difficult and will affect students with a weaker base more adversely. Physical environment also creates a space for community and trust building aside immediate family. Loss of the sense of community, especially for those who have abusive families, is going to be challenging even while keeping up with classwork. UNESCO predicts that rate of dropout for girls will increase during this period. Some positive developments should also be recognized, such as increase in online seminars, full access to resources like JSTOR. Institute can do quite a bit for the students. We could figure out a system of online or over the phone mentoring to ensure that both intellectual and mental health of students are looked after. To ensure strict implementation of government recommendation about not charging fees now, which can increase mental pressure on students and provide data scholarship to underprivileged students so that they can access online resources. In case of employment, we see rising insecurity among temporary teachers and support staff, which makes it difficult for them to teach with full concentration. Final year students also worry about their future prospects since placements are not happening and job market is expected to shrink. As solutions, all universities should lay clear guidelines on how teaching hours will be calculated. Scholarships should be paid on time. Vice chancellors can negotiate with government so that policies around unemployment benefits and easing of education loan repayment can happen. Otherwise, the financially weak will be forced to drop out. Lastly, the issue of access is very important, as data quoted in my paper will show the huge digital divide that exists. Connectivity problems in remote areas, lack of hardware like smartphone or laptops, lack of private space to study and work are physical impediments to access with other impediments can also exist, such as sick family member, unemployed parents, domestic chores at home, especially for girls, and chances of cyberbullying and harassment that can become psychological roadblocks. To tackle some of this, we could consider telecasting or broadcasting school classes over TV and radio. States like West Bengal is already doing this, as more people have radio and TV than laptop with first internet connection. As teachers, we should understand the different needs of students and accordingly go a little easy on assessment deadlines and grade more generously. Free e-resource access should be provided to all students by the university to ensure that at least students have the opinion to access materials without charge. And the last, hello?
Yeah, please continue.
Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
The thing I want to share with you to send my sincere concern to all those bereaved families over the world who have lost their near and dear ones. We are sitting in the conference and doing, making this chatting and whatever. But our sincere concern surely goes to those bereaved families who have lost their family members, and those parents who are just, they don't know what they will offer their children in dinner today. So our sincere concern should go to those families also, because world is fighting against this virus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ray. Your topic appropriately, you are talking about the equity in education during particular this crisis. And you have that concern and showing through some data towards that some challenges and at the same time, some opportunities, which is making us to fight against this COVID-19 and making learning enhanced and learning continuous. Thank you very much, Dr. Ray. And next presenter with us, Dr. Utpal Kalita, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, RG Borua College, Guwahati. And his paper is fostering collaborative learning of concept map through Google Drawing software. And this is a open source software, and he's talking about this, how it can be useful, particularly in this COVID situation. And now over to Dr. Utpal.
Thank you, sir. Title of my paper is Fostering Collaborative Learning of Concept Map through Google Drawing Software. And for the particular paper, I actually the paper is mainly based on conceptual, and this is a descriptive paper. Collaborative learning is an innovative method of teaching learning process, and where apart from teachers and teachers, also students also involved in different educational problems and complete different type of academic tasks. Collaborative learning is important in different type of teaching learning tasks, and concept map is one of them. Concept map is a visual representation of a topic that is created by the teachers and students, and by using words, phrases, lines, arrows, space on the page and color to help to organize their ideas and show their understanding on a particular topic. In this map, students first respond to a topic by brainstorming a list of words, phrases, or ideas they associate with it. Concept map is possible in traditional as well as virtual mode of learning. Google Drawing is an innovative ICT tool primarily used for diagram of different types. This software is applied in collaborative concept mapping via virtual mode of learning. The objective of my paper is to explore the use of Google Drawing software in collaborative learning of concept map. This is primarily a conceptual paper and based on secondary sources. So data are collected from books and different website materials. The term collaborative learning is an educational approach to teaching and learning that involves teachers and group of students working together to solve a problem, complete a task, or create a product. In the word of Garlash, collaborative learning is based on the idea that learning is natural social act in which the participants talk among themselves. It is through the talk that learning occurs. Regarding concept map, it is a two-dimensional graphical representation of knowledge. The basic assumption behind concept map is that meaningful human learning occurs when new learning is consciously and purposefully linked to an existing framework of prior knowledge. Google Drawing is a free web-based software primarily used for diagram. This software is developed by Google and originally introduced as a Google document drawing on 12 April 2010. Main function of this software is to collaborate and work together in real time to create flow charts, organizational chart, website, wireframes, mind maps, concept maps, and other type of diagrams. So come to the main analysis of the objective, that is use of Google Drawing software in collaborative learning of concept map. to fight COVID-19, enabling learning from home and practice social distance. One important tool is Google Drawing, used for the enrichment and development of the students. Effective education is always a two-way process where the teachers as well as students take active part in teaching learning process. In collaborative learning, students play an active role in teaching learning transition. Collaborative learning is possible in traditional way of classroom teaching as well as online education. Regarding online way of collaborative learning, all the members are actively participated. The procedure of using Google Drawing software in collaborative learning of concept map is pointed out below. The teacher first log in into Gmail account or else open Google homepage. Click on 9 square at the right top. It will open Google Apps. Click on the Drive icon. It will open Drive, that is Google folder. Click on the button New. Select Option folder to create a new folder for work. Write some relevant name for the folder, which will easily remember later on. This Google folder will be visible in My Drive. My Drive contains all files and folders created by the teacher or the particular person. Double click on new folder and it will be open like this. Now it is ready to create Google Drawing inside this folder. Click on new. A drop down menu will appear. Click on more, some option will appear. Scroll down and select Google Drawing option. A new file of Google Drawing opened. Type relevant name of the topic to label this file. The teacher can zoom in and zoom out Google Drawing as per need. The teacher can increase canvas size as per need by pulling the corner. So many steps are available in this task. And after change font style, font size, color, alignment as per need. Collaboration is beginning when the person or the teacher will share the file with 5 to 8 students via email account. Click on share and insert emails of the students. If there are many students, make copies or files and share each file with different groups of students. Rename the file names accordingly by adding like group 1, group 2, etc. Click on the pencil icon to see their rights. The teacher needs to give them edit right till they need to work on this file. Type message for students. It will reach them in their emails. The teacher can even click on link icon to get a shareable link, but it is not very favorable because if it is provided via link, the student pass on the link to their friends. All those who have link can join. So it is very problematic for the teacher. Once the students complete the collaborative concept map, the teacher can change their rights from edit to view so that nobody can change thereafter. Now onwards, they will be able to see their work only. Remember that never click on restore version, as it will remove all the next versions of the collaborative work. This option is useful when somebody deletes some work by mistakes. So an image of collaborative concept map through online mode is presented here. This one is a concept map which will be done by collaborative work. So actually I myself also experienced this collaborative learning with the help of Google Drawing. So I applied this particular online education with my major students of undergraduate level during this lockdown period, as the students are not friendly with this app. So some technical problems arises during the preliminary attempts. Then the writer motivated the students to learn by themselves about Google Drawing software with the help of YouTube channel, and necessary YouTube links are also provided them by his end. Later on, most of the students are very much interested in collaborative learning through Google Drawing. According to their opinion, they learn better some concept of study with the help of this software. So to conclude, it is said that educational technology plays a pivotal role in online education in this pandemic period of human civilization. To interact with the students during the lockdown period, Google Drawing is one of the effective software primarily concerned with drawing. This free web-based software helps the teachers as well as students for online interaction. It is possible for the students to actively involve themselves in teaching learning transition by applying this software, which is the basic assumption of collaborative learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Utpal. This is need to practice more on that using this software and Google Drawing software, which can be helpful, not moving from their original places. They can do and create some concept maps on different topics and subjects. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Next presentation with us, Harsh from Sri Lanka, Postgraduate Institute of English, Open University of Sri Lanka. His presentation is on is going online of NECA of for teaching learning, risking equity and inclusion in the time of lockdown, particularly. Now over to Harsh. Harsh, please unmute your mic. Yeah, please, Harsh.
Sorry.
Yeah, please, madam.
Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, now it is appearing.
Okay, right. So since the time is very little, I'm moving on to the second slide of mine. So I would like to start the presentation with one of recently when I was writing, one of my colleagues, and he said that I think we are all learning to cope with this new norm of working and living. Some are doing better than others because the virus and its attendant risks are smart enough to follow the most vulnerable. So pandemic is never fully a health problem. It is a social equity problem. So what I want to, emphasize is whatever the problem, whether it is educational, political, or social, whatever it is, it comes ultimately it becomes a social equity problem. So I will be moving on to my study. And the story behind studies, after this pandemic and when the lockdown came, I started doing, to work with my action research teacher population, those who are doing postgraduate diploma, and I sent them a Google Hangout meeting request, and I sent them emails also, and then ultimately nobody responded. Only few responded. Then I had to, use my telephone to talk to each and everyone to get them to see what's happening. So this is the story behind, this is the thing that persuaded me to do this research. So for this research, I used, I'm actually, this is ongoing research. This is very conclusive, most of the things that I'm talking, but it's, I'm drawing from one cohort of students. So there were two cohorts of students. One, the existing cohort of teachers, those who are doing postgraduate diploma with us, and the other cohort is the prospective students to whom I have sent the questionnaires. The research tools consisted of survey questionnaire, which consisted of then again the Likert scale part, which by which I wanted to, have an idea of their digital and the computer literacy, and the other part contains the essay type questions, and all these were followed by interviews, telephone interviews. Okay, how can I? Telephone interviews. So I'm not going to elaborate on my results. As you can see, there when only 14 people responded to me out of 35, 16 people. So 14 were from all 1AB schools. In Sri Lanka, the schools are categorized according to the, 1AB schools are somewhat privileged schools. So we can see the internal digital divide, amongst the teachers as well. And when I asked why not responded, and I found that most of them have, 12 of them don't have computers, and then they can't use smartphone to, reply to this questionnaire. And there were so many things. And what implied to me was that they were reluctant to respond because they didn't have, necessary computer literacy. And when I compare the results with the Sri Lankan census and statistics, this is the one that I got. It was not so bad. Like, computer literacy of the average person is 30%, whereas teachers have got 45, and there are people, those who, I mean, do not own computers to a 77%. I mean, here the teachers, 34, which is very good. And also owning a smartphone, I mean, almost equal when we take the teacher population that who participated in my research, and also the average Sri Lankan citizen. And when it comes to digital literacy, it seems that the teachers are much more higher than the, I mean, according to the last row, higher than the average person. And then I asked about, I mean, I mean, when I look at all these things, I was thinking, okay, now the whole country is going for, I mean, online learning. I mean, in schools, how are they tackling all these things? Then in my interviews, I talked about, I asked questions about this. And then overall, going online means, and according to teacher responses, sending questions, materials, activities via WhatsApp, Viber, and Facebook, because they don't have other platforms like LSM and all these things. So there are no interaction yet, I mean, and no assessments and feedback, and which are very important aspects of teaching learning. And also, according to teachers' responses, their students face, I mean, the problems faced by their students are lack of access to computer or even a smartphone, and lack of printing facilities, lack of data, bandwidth, etc., and lack of support, I mean, at home, because the parents' priorities are, I mean, their survival when it comes to economic strata. And also, even when when they have resources, some parents are reluctant here because of they were concerned about the safety. And then,
So please conclude within 30 seconds.
Okay, so then I'm not going to teach a voice search here. I mean, there are very good things, but the thing is now, what is now, this is, I mean, unlike when I was, I mean, listening to yours, I mean, I see that you have very developed online systems, and it is not in Sri Lanka like time. I just want to say that even though I'm attached to the Open University of Sri Lanka, my institute is a very small institute. I mean, we are a financially, I mean, independent institute. I mean, so that what I am talking about, I mean, they do not, I mean, imply to the Open University practices. And the good thing is, I mean, as I have mentioned, every dark cloud has a silver line. So Minister of Education in collaboration with NIE, they are taking very good steps, one-to-one. I mean, those who don't have smartphones, they have created one-to-one question session for users of non-smartphones. I mean, for example, mathematics, constantly they have 20. Sorry?
No, please continue. Please continue, sir.
I mean, and the most important thing is now they are going to use TV channels. I mean, when I look at the census and statistics, it's a very good thing because 78% people have access to television. And also these are the other things that Minister of Education, NIE, and the school level authorities have.
So thank you very much, Harsh. Nice presentation, but due to the time constraint, I can stop here for you. And definitely we will listen to you in other occasion, and maybe in the question answer session you may get the chance to speak. Thank you very much, Dr. Harsh, for very nice presentation and very interesting scenario in Sri Lanka through your study. Thank you very much. And next we can move to the next presentation, which is Himakshi Kashyap, Assistant Professor, Nalwari College. And she's going to present on online learning and unfulfilled requirement in rural areas. Himanshi, please stick into the time and focus on your results and your concerns through your paper. Over to Himanshi.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone present online. I am Himakshi, and my paper is entitled Online Learning and Unfulfilled Requirement in Rural Areas. So I will only go to my methodology that I have used and the findings that I have found through my research, and the suggestion. I will be talking about the suggestion that I have shown towards the end of the paper. So my paper today will appear as a small contribution to what has been already brought forward by all the respected
You're not
professors
focused
and
to Himansi.
participants from all. Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are
Hello.
audible. Please continue. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So taking the concern of the subject, I have pursued a short survey in my own area, that is the Pasim Nalbari area of the Nalbari district, Assam. Among 150 numbers of students studying in primary, high school and higher secondary classes. I used a questionnaire for that sake, which contains 10 questions. The finding out of the survey is like this. The answers to the questions of the questionnaire is like this: that 90% of the students have mobiles in their family, and the 10% do not have. The 75% have the internet connectivity, and 20% do not have. 40% use the mobile to play games and use it as entertainment purpose, for entertainment purpose. 20% use mobile to learn lessons, and 80% do not know how to use it for a learning sake. 50% schools of this locality has computers in their schools, and 50% do not have. 98% of the teachers do not provide learning materials through online sources, and only 2% do that. 99% do not know about the ICT tools, the meaning of the ICT tools, how they are used. Only 1% do that. So the findings through the circulation of my questionnaire, the secondary data that I collected, these findings are enough to showcase the true face of the remote rural areas in the era of digitization. We know about the innovations in the education field brought about by the digital means, but there are certain practical problems that prohibit the rural people from getting benefit from it. And the first one I saw in my paper is that the mindset of the people are not on is towards the digital innovations due to generation gaps, as they belong to that generation who didn't have enough access to internet, didn't have enough access to smartphones, and they tend to openly accept to the use of the mobiles to learn or get education, and also the financial backwardness of the people, the families in this area. Mobile, second point is that mobiles and laptops are regarded as means of entertainment. Most of the people spend their times scrolling the pages of Facebook, WhatsApp, etc. They watch videos and listen to music rather than who are listening to online lectures and other things. The third point is internet facility in the very poor and weak. As we have a few seconds ago, we have a storm here, and we lost the connection of electricity and also the internet connectivity that I had to log out of the meeting. The fourth point is that the teachers and students are not aware of the utility of the mobile phones and other such digital devices that can be used to get education also. Most of the teachers are digitally illiterate, and this is the very most extreme problem among the rural areas teachers. And the fifth point is the lockdown has posed a very great pause to the teaching learning process in these areas. Schools, colleges are closed, creating a sense of hopelessness among the students. So they are facing a kind of distress, stress, and some of the students are saying that though the school is open, we will not be hoping to go to the classes. We will not be feel easy in the classes after the lockdown period. So looking at all these findings, the suggestion that can be given at the end of the paper is that before the implementation of everything online, the basic things like electricity connection, the internet connectivity should be taken care of. Moreover, creating digital awareness, This is the very basic, and I am stressing it out in my paper, that the creating digital awareness among these people is very important, and it will be the another step, important step to perform in such rural areas. The consumption of data is a costly thing for the people from poor families. So one monthly pack of data cost 200 rupees, 300 rupees. So it appears to be very costly for the poor families, as basically the rural families are the main daily wage workers. They are rickshaw pullers, chela pullers, etc. So this issue also must be looked at and solved, so that the requirement of online learning is fulfilled anywhere in any situation. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Himanshi. The very good, very grassroots level of study you have been conducted, and collected very good informations, particularly from the community-related, community-oriented, which can be need to look after this while we are implementing the online education. Thank you very much, Himanshi. And next paper is on opportunities, inclusion, and perceived social support to girls in online education at the time of COVID-19. A view from gender perspective, which is written by two persons, Indu Singh, research scholar, Stride IGNOU, along with Associate Professor Amiteshwar Ratra from Stride IGNOU. Now I think Indu is present here to present this paper. Indu ji, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all. Good, as we know, at present, India has mandated educational institutions that education for all students, both school and college, should keep going through use of technology. UNESCO reports that more than 89% of the total number of students enrolled in education worldwide is actually out of school due to COVID-19 closures. The objectives of the paper are to find out access of education among the female population. Second, to find out web accessibility among girl students. Third, to give suggestions to provide higher social support to the girls. And now the paper highlights the use of technology being used to reach out to the student population worldwide as well as in India. The paper focuses on the issue of equity and access for education among the female population belonging to the developing nations like India, especially during the outbreak of COVID-19. The paper explores the outreach of technology and inclusion of millions of girls in the developing countries in regular education system that has posed many challenges. During this COVID-19 lockdown period in India, ensuring web accessibility for girls students studying in schools and colleges is also a challenge. This paper explores the need of social support for girls to encourage them in use of technology to study from home. Traditional female roles and responsibilities may serve as some restrictions in time utilization of the girls at home to study, especially through technology. The paper concludes with the suggestions that parents should provide them higher social support to girls, and the availability of internet facilities also should be there, and they must have knowledge of usage of technology for its optimum utilization. As we see, as traditional teaching system now shifted to online learning, it is now families' responsibility to ensure that girls find ways to connect and engage in order to continue education through online learning. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Induji. This is a very brief and very particular research findings and research experiences you was showing to us. And this is particularly the concerns you raised, particularly for the gender perspective, which is really need to be thought, and the more work need to done in this area. Thank you very much. And we have another two presenters. Next is Jintu Thakuria from Cotton College. And his paper is General Well-being of Youths During Lockdown for COVID pandemic. Please, Jintu ji. Jintu ji is available?
Am I audible?
Yeah,
Yeah, sir. I'm present.
Yeah, please.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Hello.
Yeah, you are audible. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my paper is on the general well-being of the youths during COVID-19. So I'm just going with this. I'm just going with the background of the study. As we all know, that the present situation is such that it is uncertain. That now it is very normal and obvious to get disturbed in the general well-being of the youths, and there is heavy sense of growing stress, worry, fear among youths. More the health concern and social awareness of the youths in such emergency is also noticeable, as youths are considered as the assets of the nation. As you all know, that education is
It is break her voice, and Madam Jintu, you are there? Yeah, please.
Hello. Our study just goes around with the students of Cotton University, of the students of Cotton University, and we have taken all this as our population, and we have adopted descriptive survey method, among which 50 boys and 50 girls has been used as samples, and we have used self-structured questionnaire tool. And from this study, we have also two objectives: that to study the general adjustability of the students to the sudden changes in the teaching learning process, and to find out the differences in stress among boys and girls during the lockdown. So,
Hello. We disconnected with Jintu.
Dr. Manas, we can continue with the next one because it's already going to be up.
Sorry, Madam Jintu, we will get back to you if time will allow. And we are moving to our last presentation, that is Malti K. Singh, and Assistant Professor, Department of Botany, Pandit Dindal Upadhyay Adarsh Mahavidyalaya from Assam, and she is going to speak about the role of online learning during pandemic. Over to Malti, please. Malti ji, kindly, yeah.
Yeah, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah. Please continue.
Okay, sir. So, as you already have said, a very good evening to you all. And my topic on this international conference is the role of online teaching during pandemic. Basically, I won't go much details into it, as the time is very limited. It is minimum, I think, so 5 minutes. So basically, it is like, hello?
If you'll manage with 2 minutes, it will be very good.
Okay, sir. So basically, it is a type of review paper. As we know that COVID-19 is declared pandemic by the WHO, and it has affected around 213 countries with 1 lakh casualties all over the world. And due to this pandemic COVID-19, it has forced majority of the schools and universities to close for an unpredictable period of time. And so many of the institutes are coming above with the e-learning, what we call is this online learning, so that the students and the institute does not get hampered during their learning process. Likewise, as we can say, likewise, the Ministry of Human Resource Development, MHRD, UGC, and several ICT initiative has taken initiative to form digital platform which can be accessed by the teachers, students, researchers, and universities and colleges. And basically, they have provided like SWAM online courses, as we all are. As we all know, UG PG MOOC, e-Pathshala, e-content coursework in UG subjects, SWAM Prabha, CC UGC YouTube channel, National Digital Library, Srot Ganga, Srot Sindhu, and Vidwan. Lastly, I want to conclude that as the COVID-19 pandemic will likely continue presenting challenges beyond those that come up in course of routine virtual education, we hope the different online platforms such as the above mentioned SWAM, UGPG MOOC, e-Pathshala YouTube channels, National Digital Library, Srot Ganga, etc. might provide some sort of guidance to students, learners, teachers, meanwhile practice adaptability, patience, and resilience to stay open for future challenges that come with the next epidemic, pandemic, and other diseases. With this, I want to conclude my talk.
Thank you very much. Very precise, very to the point. You shared your opinions and your practices. And thank you very much. Due to time constraint, we are unable to go for the question answer session, but I will need to take review of Professor Vayunandan on this, all the papers, and his concerns to the different issues is raised. And after that, we will wind up the session. Professor Vayunandan, please. Sir, unmute your mic, sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, there are 10 papers and different, reflecting on different aspects, like some community radio, and the other is on shifting to online learning, one on mass communication and modes of lines of various technologies used to reach, and was ensuring equity in education. Agul was Google drawing software, and the other is risking equity study conduct. There are other, girls online and general well-being of youth. I think it's a different, and it's a really different, papers of different, towards this, period. I think it's a really, to be taken. I think this forms a good research papers, which can be incorporated while we
actually
courses or certain things which we can do. That is what. It's a good paper. All good. Yes.
Laptop is slow. Okay,
thank you very much.
You tried to complete in 2 minutes. That is a review paper. Then okay, you can continue with 2 minutes. Just ready to go. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Professor Vayunandan, and I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to you and spending entire day with us in international conference. Since morning 10 o'clock, I can able to see you up to now. It is 5 exactly, and this is the thing which is the leadership boost. We can say that. Keeping us engaged and making us towards the better learning positions. Thank you very much, sir, joining with us. And I would like to thanks to Professor Madhuparar and Professor Kandarpa Das to being with us the entire day and helping us and boosting us for this entire event. And thanks to my both the repetitors and that Dr. Dabuchi and Murchina Kaushik helping me in the preparing the report, and thanks to all the 10 paper presenters, which is individually unique in nature for each and everything, and their findings which we can collect together. So diverse kind of research can be happens, and research way can be shown to us. Thank you very much joining with us, and we are looking forward for other sessions. Sessions will be continue. And now over to the organizers.
Thank you.
Switch on your mic, madam.
Manas sir, thank you so much for this wonderful conduct of the session.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and also
yeah, thank you, Professor Vayunandan, so much for being here with us, and appreciate all your efforts. Of course, we thank you to Dr. Manas, and all the paper presenters did a good job, and it was done well on time. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you. Huh? Yeah, technical session 4. Vinod, I can continue. Hello, I am audible.
Yes, sir, you can continue. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my reporters are also ready.
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Thank you. Good evening, friends. I am Dr. Rahul Chankatayan Majumdar, Dean Academic of this university and moderator for this session 4. Friends, before moving forward with this session, let me introduce with you our reporters for this session. First, I want to name Dr. Mrinal Goswami. I think spotlight him, please.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
And then,
Yes,
yeah, then Dr. Avijit Bhuya.
Yes, sir, I'm there, sir. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Then Dr. Arshana Adhikari. All are assistant professor of this university. Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Dear friends, at the very outset, please accept my hearty welcome to this 2-day international online conference hosted by Krishna Kanta State Open University in collaboration with SEMCA. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor has taken frontline leadership in organizing this event, and that too on a burning problem, that is on imparting education, which has badly suffered due to the devastating pandemic, that is Corona virus COVID-19. It's really a very tough time for us, especially for the teacher and the student community, to open the windows of education while the door of whole world is locked down. This conference is an experiment to know about how world is responding to the challenges in the education sector at this hour of pandemic, and how far online learning is helpful in meeting the targets. Hope the paper which will be presented in this session will enlighten us in this line. Anyway, dear friends, we have 10 papers for this technical session, and we have a time restriction of maximum 6 minutes for each paper. After 6 minutes, Your voice should be muted, and the next presenter will be spotlighted on the screen. It's an automatic process controlled by our technical team. I have nothing to do with this. So I request you to be very careful for your time. If time permits, definitely there will be a question answer session at the end. So let's start the session. I request Dr. Nivedita Das Kundu to present her paper. Madam,
yeah,
is from, yeah, you are present. Madam is from
good
York
morning.
University, Toronto, Canada. We can see other detail of the paper on the screen. I think everybody have seen. And thank you. Over to Dr. Kundu. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Congratulations, first of all, to KKHU for organizing this conference, and this is wonderful topic. And thank you for initiating this international Zoom conference, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Congratulations to the Vice Chancellor and the organizers. So to start with, as we all know, that the COVID-19 is affecting all over the world. Similarly, in this part of the world also, we are facing a lot of problems, and that problem is also connected with the education system, as well as with other systems that is getting affected. So just to start with, I will share this screen where you will see that the pandemic, how pandemic is affecting the all over Canada. And this pink line that shows that how it is affecting a province called Ontario, where I stay. And about Ontario only, I would like to highlight the situations that we are facing today. So when this COVID-19 started in the January, then the flow of the students, which is coming from China and Iran, they did not stop. So that was a main problem which continued for quite some time. And in the month of March, it became very high and high risky effect. So when the things started deteriorating, I don't need this. When the things started deteriorating, then the government of Ontario, they started thinking that now it is a time that we should think of the lockdown. And that is how, when they started this lockdown from the 15th of March, actually in Ontario, 15th of March, all the school and colleges, they get closed for 1 week March break. So after that, they could not open the schools, and they continued this March break until date. They could not open the schools, and it is continuing. And as all over the world, then here also the Ministry of Education thought that the education system should not stop and the learning process should continue. And that is how the government gave the instructions to all the teachers, all the students in colleges, schools, as well as in universities, that how this continuation will happen. So when they started looking into the online process, then they saw that many students do not have the access to the computer or iPad or internet connection. So first and foremost, government decided, along with big organizations like Apple, as well as internet connectors like Rogers, they first tried to invest on all these appliances to educate the parents as well as the students how to utilize them, and to provide all the facilities for starting this online courses and for making it available to all the students. Then the parents of the schools were taught how to navigate with the students, and then how they can help the students to continue this in the schools also, because school stage children, especially the elementary and the middle school children, they were not aware of this kind of facilities and how this can happen. So this started from almost after the 10 days, and now it is full-fledgedly going on very well. It is going on, classes are going on. Some video recordings we are doing for the students in the universities as well as in the schools, and some we are doing directly. So in this process, we have seen that it is very important that the exchange with and the interaction and the continuous communication between the student and teachers are important. Okay.
No. You can continue. You have time, another 1 minute time.
Okay, so anyway, so what we have learned here is that we have to be very much resilient. We have learned how to be patient and also try to adjust with the present situation. So this has taught us a lesson. This has taught all the students and the teachers as well as the whole community the lesson that how to come closer and adjust to this difficult time. And I hope this will give us some scope to advance in our future if we face any such difficulty. Rest I will share my paper, and in that I will give the details that how we coped up and how we are taking this situation ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kundu. It's a very interesting paper. Definitely thought-provoking, and we are looking forward. Thank you, Dr. Kundu. Next paper is of Mr. Ajit Kumar C.
I am here.
Ajit Kumar, are you present?
Yes, sir, I am present.
Yeah.
1 minute, let me share my screen.
Yeah. You have a co-author, I think,
Yes,
PhD Abraham. I think who will present? You, Ajit Kumar. Yeah. Okay, sir. Continue, please.
So can you see now? Hello.
Yeah.
No, we cannot see the screen as of now.
Is it visible now?
It's starting to now it's visible.
It's visible.
Yeah, thank you. Myself, Dr. Ajit Kumar, and my co-author, Professor Jessie Madam, we thank the KKHSU for getting this opportunity to be in this online conference. My slides number is a little big, but I'll try to complete within the allotted time. Basically, the title is something about learning management systems for giving the holistic learner support during the pandemic. This is the title of my paper. Why we have chosen this paper is just to share our experience of using one of the popular LMSs for our instructional delivery, and just to give some kind of ways and suggestions so that how you can effectively use the LMS for teaching and learning purposes during the pandemic. This LMS is not limited to the ODL mode, but it is equally applicable for the conventional teaching as well. So keeping that in mind, let me move to my presentation. Hello.
Yeah.
Is my screen is visible?
Yeah. It's visible. To continue, please.
Yeah. Let me skip a few of the first slides because it's not that much important. Right now, the government also is focusing on the web-based learning technologies. Some of the learning technologies I have quoted, which we are using right now. And this is about integrating such technologies in the teaching learning processes. Again, I have the list is a big list, but I have quoted very few technologies, web-based technologies. So our presentation will be only restricted to the Google Classroom and Edmodo, which are the two of the most popular LMS frameworks. So why there is emphasis on holistic support during the pandemic? This is the main concern that we are going to discuss in this paper. Since we are separated, the teachers are separated from the students, they should get the holistic support in terms of learning documents. The teacher should make available the learning documents to the students. Of course, assessment is an integral component of the teaching learning process. Then even if it is in online mode or web mode, the testing has to take place in between. The teachers need to test the progress of learning of the students whenever the teaching learning process happens. So that has to be there. Then there should be a constant interactive communication between the teacher and the students and the other stakeholders involved in the teaching learning process. Then of course the learning has to be a collaborative kind of experience. There should be facilities to collaboratively discuss the topics and other aspects of the program that the students are undergoing. So when a teaching learning mechanism, when a teaching learning could satisfy all these needs, we call it as holistic support. Then how can technology give such a holistic support to the students? Here comes the relevance of learning management system. Let me give you a brief understanding about what is LMS. It's not that much new concept, but even then, let me say LMS is an software application for managing, administrating, documenting, tracking the report and delivery of educational program. So basically it is a whole package. It's a software application which takes care of the whole process of teaching learning process. It's not like, we have many technologies. Then whether it is possible to bring in all those technologies, or whether the teachers, it is possible to use all those standalone technologies one by one, maybe it seems to be a little difficult. In that case, LMS is a good option where the teachers can bring in many technologies to a single platform, which will satisfy the whole learning needs of the students. That way the holistic support will be satisfied. Now coming to the platforms. See, Google is one of the reservoir which is storing many free techno tools, of which teachers and the whole teaching learning process nowadays happens with many of these tools, and many teachers, they use it as a standalone technology. But in LMS, many of these tools will be combined and teachers can use as per their need and choice. So the relevance of free techno tools come into picture, and there Google Classroom is one of the best choices. Now coming to Google Classroom. Google Classroom is one of the LMS.
Sir, please sum up.
Yes.
We have 30-second time.
Yes. Then in Google Classroom, teachers can give all those learning documents, assignments, quiz assignments, stream classwork. Everything can be integrated in the Google Classroom. This is how the Google Classroom is used by the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a paper on LMS. Definitely interesting. Next paper is of Krishnagi Kolita. Krishnagi Kolita is a professor, Pragati School of Management, Guwahati, and co-author Ms. Jyoti Shikha Talukdar, lecturer, Optimistic Education, Guwahati. Their paper is on the screen, please. Please unmute. Yeah. No, you are not
Take
audible.
your headphone.
Please take your headphone. Please take
Sir,
your headphone.
am I audible now?
Yeah.
Very good evening to all. The topic of presentation is effectiveness of online learning in relevance with the consequence of concurrent pandemic crisis of lockdown period for students learning commerce. So the study we have done with respect to students of Assam, And our paper is in relation with the ongoing pandemic trauma of COVID-19, where the entire world have come to a halt. But the online platform have gained importance in all the sectors, including the education sector. The objectives of our paper is to scan the accessibility of students to pursue online classes during pandemic situation. Number two, to understand the penetration level of online classes to students residing in areas where there is crisis in dealing with the online classes. In the research methodology part, we have taken 30 respondents from Assam and telephonic conversation was used, and sampling technique is purposive and convenient sampling, and data have been analyzed through percentage method and represented through bar and pie charts. And from the secondary source, we have used like from journals, websites, newspapers. So I'm directly moving on to the data analysis part. I'm sorry that I could not show the PPT. In table 1, we have done table showing if the respondents have ever attended online classes. Out of the 30 respondents, 23 had attended. That is 77% of the respondents have attended online classes. So from the next table, we have analyzed on the basis of the 23 students who have used online, means who have done online or who have attended online classes. So number 2, a preference of respondents, that is whether they prefer online classes or physical classroom learning. 91% prefer physical classroom learning. Next, in table 3, it was asked whether the respondents faced any problem while attending online classes. All the respondents, that is 100%, have faced certain kind of problem regarding attending of online classes, and the problems faced by the respondents were 74% faced problems due to poor network issues, 52% faced problems in understanding, 43% faced disruption by external factors, and 22% faced other problems like difficulty in handling the technological issues, etc. Now, it was asked that in which subjects you had faced more problems, since it was a topic which gave priority, which gave importance to commerce. Then they told that in accountancy, in business statistics, in business mathematics, mainly in the practical subjects, they found more problem, means they preferred classroom learning more in the practical subjects. But in management and finance subjects, in 22% and 30% respectively, means 22% and 30% of the respondents faced certain kind of problems. But basically in practical problems, practical subjects, the problems faced were more. Now, the respondents used various modes like Zoom app, the Google Classroom, Skype, video conferencing, and in some colleges and all, it was said, the students said that the teachers had done, because there were large number of students in a particular class, so the teachers had means done videos and uploaded on YouTube. So, or videos were sent through mobile phones, they had attended like that. Another important question that was asked, that if proper training is provided to you for attending online classes, will it be more easier and feasible or comfortable for you all? Then 87% of the respondents think that yes, it will be more feasible for them, but 13% think no. But 87% feel that, the majority feel that yes, if proper training is provided to them, because it was all of a sudden and they could not, means they are not comfortable with it, some students. So this was the findings, and now we can say that problems are evident in various factors like infrastructure, the online accessibility, in understanding and adequate training. Now we can say finally that though online learning is at an infant stage in Assam, the online process is indeed a revolutionary step in the present situation across the world. And yes, positive results can be expected in the near future in a state like Assam too. And so we can say that proper inroads have to be built in order to remove the loopholes which the students of Assam are facing at present. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Krishnaki. Really It's a very short paper, but interesting and thought-provoking. Next presenter is Dr. Neera Kapoor. Dr. Neera Kapoor, Professor in Life Science, School of Science, IGNOU, New Delhi, and R. Shagar, Department of Zoology. I think you are present. Are you present?
Yes,
Neera
I'm
Kapoor?
present.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm Neera Kapoor
Yeah,
this
madam,
side.
continue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please continue,
Very
ma'am.
good evening to all the honorable members at their respective places. My topic is online curriculum to combat novel diseases. And as we know, we are in this phase where many diseases like COVID lockdown, it is there. And we have been through many diseases in the past, and many diseases might come in the future. So as the part of education, the online curriculum, that is very important component. What happened?
Please continue.
This slide, it is not coming. Slide, next slide. Yeah. For example, in developing countries, there are many educational issues that many rural and backward areas, they do not have access even to primary education. Northeast India, which are mostly hilly areas and has tough terrains, it has comparatively less educational institutions. In these areas, it is online curriculum that comes to the rescue. It will be very beneficial to students. Many online curriculum programs are there like Gyandhara, Gyanvani, and other programs are also there. Now, why there is a need of health education through online? And as we know that there is internet, many social media outreach methods, they are recognized as an effective tool. Remote learning, e-learning, most of the people they like as compared to classroom teaching because they find it very interesting and convenient, and it is spaced learning. And now with the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, it is a must to design health education programs through online and distance mode. Now, as I mentioned that we have been through many infectious diseases as well as vector-borne diseases also, like malaria, dengue, chikungunya, Zika, and then it was Ebola, Nipah, COVID-19 now, and many diseases like hantavirus, it is on the way. But the tragedy is that before even the infection spreads up, but we don't have the preventive and cure ways. So there should be some surveillance should be done earlier so that we can know about these things. Because earlier, otherwise we know that it is causing global, societal, and economic impacts related to unexpected illnesses and deaths. So there should be some eradicative strategies. And these strategies should be at different levels. What we can do at university level, we can invent and launch innovative new academic programs on public health education through online, establish new centers for handling disease preventive mechanism, conduct frequent trainings and workshops to generate public awareness. Now, content, it has to be addressed at different levels. It should not be only a tertiary level, that is university level. It should be integrated in such a way, the curriculum should be in such a way that from the very primary stage, it should be there. So at primary level, students, they can be sensitized for stopping the spread of disease, the personal hygiene, hand washing. Then at middle stage, knowing the microbes, their life cycle, because at this time, the child can understand the microbiology component, the spread, symptoms. As we know that this is going to be the era of life sciences, so microbiology, it should be important component at this level. Then advanced level, it should be drug target mechanism, vaccine, prevention, precaution. So immunological component, it becomes more important. And many elective courses, they can be generated, they can be designed, because we have to create awareness among masses, not only in classes. As we are seeing now that we are training people how to wash their hands and what is social distancing. So based on this, elective courses should be there, like dangerous infectious diseases, vaccine development, human health, laboratory research, personal hygiene, social distancing. So people, according to their interest, according to their aptitude, they can take these courses from the basket. Now, many of the universities, whether it is central universities or state universities, they have taken many initiatives. For example, at IGNOU, Delhi University, as I'm sitting in Delhi and belong to IGNOU, so I know that many of the programs are being offered at UG and PG levels for creating awareness about different classes, different diseases and strategies for prevention and control of vector-borne diseases and other microbial infections. Means, and the programs, as I mentioned, they should be innovative. Innovative in the sense that if it is medical program, it should not be related only to a medical discipline. It should integrate other disciplines also. Means why this particular disease has emerged? Because of climate change, because of loss of biodiversity, and some geographical locations also. Means, for example, we know that in Kerala, why in Kerala the Nipah virus came? Why now even COVID-19 has come to Kerala? So why some geographical locations can be important. Similarly, NCERT has also included
Madam,
certain topics.
you have 30-second time.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I will do. Like AIDS for awareness at secondary level. So some recent viruses, they should be also included. Then there should be Center for Disease Control, as there is national center at the national level. So there should be Center for Disease Control at a university for surveillance of communicable diseases. That should be the main mandate. And online training and online workshop of teacher trainers in this aspect of curriculum, it will be paramount importance, as it was mentioned by Professor Asha Kanwar and Professor Vayunandan in the morning. And conclusion is education from different disciplines university through online mode that helps to build a society with good health and well-being. Establishing a Center for Disease Control will definitely save lives with proper intervention and guidelines to reduce the incidence of communicable diseases. Hope for healthy future. Thank you all for attentive listening.
Thank you, ma'am. You have given definitely a trust on the need of innovative program on health education. Next paper is of Dr. Nirja Shud, Assistant Professor, School of Health Science, IGNOU. I think you are present.
Yeah, present. My voice is audible?
Yeah, definitely, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you can continue.
I'm skipping my title slide, and this is my presentation, in which form I have designed my presentation for this. Introduction, already so many speakers in the inaugural also given us the introduction, but my need for this study was to reach out all the learners all over the India who are being enrolled for Diploma in Nursing Administration program. And I had 2 courses to coordinate, and I was a academic counselor for 2 courses in the Delhi. And my aim was to provide the support to them during this COVID period and motivating these students, because they are in-service nurses who were working in the hospitals and in the stressful conditions for 8 to 12 hours per day in the shift duties. That was my big concern. So my study is based on my self-experience, and there are 4 research questions which I have jotted down. What are the various online platforms which are tools which are freely available? How to learn this, to use this platform in the short time as a teacher, it was a challenge for me. And how to reach out the learners and motivate them to learn on these various platforms, and what will the long-term advantage to my university. Searching the platforms, actually learning to use these platforms was because we have in our health courses compulsory contact sessions, and it was not possible for the students during COVID time to go for the contact sessions and to come listen to the Gyanvani and Gyan Darshan sessions what we have in our university. So it was my idea was to shortlist freely, easily available and feasible to use platforms which I can use for 100+ learners, and which was easy for me to learn also. So I shortlisted few of them. Then I learned over a short time some of the platforms or the tools what I was using already since last 4 years were WhatsApp, audiobooks, PDF, PPT and OER links. So I started my classes with these. Then I learned the basics and the advanced features of Facebook, Google Classroom, Google Drive and YouTube. Then reaching out the student was my third objective. I collected the data from my student registration division, created a WhatsApp group and initiated the activities by giving them an orientation, sharing the material and sharing various other PPTs and other things, and taking a feedback from them what platform they will be comfortable with, asking them the questions, conducting the assignment sessions and various other activities. I peer-to-peer group teaching also, I will show you later. This was my actually a conceptual framework. I started with my learner with a WhatsApp group, YouTube, OER links, PPT. I actually downloaded all the units and shared with them on the WhatsApp group. Then videos, emails, audiobooks. Then I learned these three were my Google Classroom, Google Drive and dedicated Facebook page I have. Actually dedicated Facebook page was there for them. I shared the material in advance to them, gave them the instructions and gave them the questions to answer them so that I come to know what are their weak areas. Then I divided the content into three parts. Because they were in-service nurses, what they already know, what is easy part and what is difficult. The difficult and the new aspects, I took the sessions, sessions with the content which they were already aware of. I have given them the group work, and the easy ones, they have done the self-reading. And this is some of the concept which I have made a bar graph, how many, because I have to use a multiple platforms and tools because every student was not comfortable with one tool. So, but the one tool that was WhatsApp group and the Google Drive, everyone 100% has this access and they were very happy. This is 42 audiobooks were recorded by me and shared, YouTube session, Facebook and the PPTs. And this was the two programs which from the 23rd March till 20th April, what I have completed with these two groups, I have given you the scenario here. So basically, I wanted to show you what was the reaction of the students I have got from the feedback. So these were the reactions. You can see students were very happy to listen to the audiobooks, the sessions which I have taken on the Facebook because they were recorded and they could go back after their hectic duty and read while traveling or whenever they got the time. Even the middle part, if you see, the students were motivating each other to complete the program. Then my reaction as a researcher was the capacity. Already the speakers have told in between, capacity building of teachers was an issue. I was very apprehensive in the beginning because I was not well versed with various platforms. I invested time and energy and really I worked for 12 to 14 hours a day to mentor the students and learn all these things. And university can plan one platform or e-portfolio can be there where faculty can upload the full material which can be easily available to the students in the future and to the other faculty also. And there is a need for having a different platforms because as per the feasibility of the students, they can use those platforms. The long-term advantage to the university, what I felt was university can invest more in the online infrastructure and platforms, which will be a high cost potential saving. Budget and replanning and policies can be reviewed. Cost effective in terms of saving money, especially for the study centers, what we give and in the low enrollment programs. And I calculated the cost for my program, nearly it is more than 3 lakhs rupees only for the academic counseling, and the other support can be saved if I take as a faculty these sessions. And workload policy should be really worked out. I had published one paper on the workload of faculty in ODL, but I have not done it online system. So in this way, these were some of my findings of my study. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Very well presentation. Next paper is of Nisha Singh, Deputy Director, Center for Online Education, IGNOU, New Delhi.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
hello, everyone.
Present. Yeah, madam, you can continue. Your paper is on online learning It
Yeah,
is.
it is.
Is it
Is it
Pananta?
panacea for
Yeah,
higher education in
yeah,
COVID-19?
yeah.
Thank you, Professor Majumdar. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you to the Vice Chancellor, KKHSOU, and thank you to all my colleagues for being patient and hearing to me. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can continue, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen. So this is my PPT. Share. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Is it visible?
It is visible.
Right. So I'll start with something which is like, is the online education needed, or is it just because of COVID-19? If we go to the slide, there was way back in 2016, KPMG and Google did a study of online education scenario in India. They found in 2007 it was less around 250 million US dollars. They estimated it to rise in 2021 till 2000. It was before COVID also. People were predicting, the corporates were predicting that the online scenario of India is going to change, and we are witness to that. And they said that it will be basically in 5 major areas. That will be primary and secondary supplemental education. And we see the rise of Baiju and Vedantu and many other apps which are coming for children, and people are happily subscribing to that. Then the other will be test preparation. Test preparation will be like, we have these NTA and the mock tests we are having. Reskilling and online certification. We have a lot of MOOCs by COL, MOOCs by the various MOOC giving platforms. So that, and Swayam is the Indian MOOC. Then higher education, we see that a lot of online courses, even UGC has given green signal to universities to go for online learning. And the another area will be language and casual learning. To learn a new language, we don't have go to somebody who knows language, Duolingo and many other apps are there. And basically casual learning. YouTube is the best for, like, one of the best play platforms available for casual learning. If you want to learn how to drape a sari, how to learn, as Dr. Nirja Sood was saying, that she invested so much of energy, and that she must have invested on the various tutorials available on YouTube. So this is a great learning platform, and we can see that online education was increasing in India in spite of the it is not only due to COVID-19. Then what could be the benefits of online learning? The most is the flexibility and the convenience, which we also have in ODL, and it allows us to have access, delivery, time and location. One is not restricted by these. So that is an added advantage for anybody to come for online learning. It gives equal opportunity for interaction and engagement to introverts and extroverts among learners. So nobody, like one may be hesitant to raise a hand in the class, but in online learning one can always interact on the discussion forums, and there are plenty of strategies for a fruitful engagement in online learning, which sometimes is missing in face-to-face classroom. Then the successful, if you are able to do a online program successfully, it increases your satisfaction, it increases your capacity, it increases your own self-esteem also. There is a global access to online learning. One is not restricted to India or say any other country, but here also it's an international platform. People are participating across. Then there's the incentives of social recognition and monitoring. There is incentive, people are posting on Facebook, that's a social recognition. And in Swayam and all, if you make resources, then it is monetary incentive also. Then the incentive of lifelong learning is always there. One learns for the whole life. But there are many challenges, the major challenges, and how to work on them. One is that what is happening is we are replicating face-to-face, but whereas an online course needs robust designing, that is there. Then there's a lack of readiness, in which cannot be had in this COVID-19, but otherwise also people were just plunging into online without really knowing what exactly are the demands of an online scenario. Then not really investing into the virtual classroom engagement. It was just like you give a video, you give text, and then engagement strategies were not being practiced. Even in many of the Swayam courses, if you go, it is not being practiced. I've explored quite a lot. Then technical issues. There should be capacity building and a help available. It's just like a help number is there, and then anybody who has it, that kind of troubleshooting, remote troubleshooting can be there. Then time management, helping learners to manage their time. It is like an online mentor can always remind learners that you have to do it. So that kind of mentoring and motivation needs to be, it's very important in online learning. Then in the post-COVID-19 scenario for online learning, which people think that it is like we have got a solution and everybody is happy. Oh, we are, as educators, have really shifted to online learning. No, we are just replicating face-to-face.
Madam,
Please
you have
mind you,
30
it's
second time.
not replication of face-to-face. Okay, so this is just replication, which should not be there. Instructional designing should be there. Strategy should be there. It has to be made sustainable. We are aiming for the goals as Professor Asha Kamar and Professor Madhu Prahar had talked. Then we should use OER, because as Professor Asha Kamar was saying that it is only 53.6% of the people who have access to internet. So let's be inclusive rather than exclusive. So it is not a panacea, but it is a learning. Online education provides learning that meets you where you are, and that is why we are at home, safe and learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It's a thought-provoking paper. Really give some new insights. Next paper is of Dr. Noor Najibur Rahman from Tezpur University. The effectiveness of online teaching learning during pandemic with special reference to COVID-19 and its disastrous impacts. We present, sir.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah. You can continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So, good evening, everyone. The topic of my presentation is the effectiveness of online teaching learning during pandemic with special reference to COVID-19 and its disastrous impact. Well, to start with, education is the most important step of life that remains with a person forever. Education involves teaching learning which has not changed from early Gurukulas practicing Guru Shiksha Parampara to the modern day online classes. If we look at the statistics of pandemics, COVID epidemic, Black Deaths, Great Plague of Lung, cholera pandemic, Ebola, etc. And these have one thing in common, that is the dislocation of people. But COVID-19, though it is disastrous, could not people all around the globe, and the entire credit goes to online learning technology. So, coming to the role of online learning, as we know, an online classroom is completely different from traditional one. It connects the teachers and students from various parts of the globe very easily and conveniently. Students in India can get lectures from professors sitting in London, like as we are doing in this conference today. So if we narrow down the role of online learning precisely to India, we'll face some real challenges, like factors like rich, poor, urban, rural, network issues, electricity issues will come up. But this does not disqualify us from attending online access. Smartphones have to rescue the situation. Platforms like Google, WhatsApp has been extremely community flaws. Traditional and online cannot be replicated due to various limitations and factors. In a way, online learning has proved to be a great substitute in this situation. Teachers and students have to do a lot of hard work and amid pressure. Science stream students are worried about practical classes.
Connection disrupted. Dr. Rahman? Dr. Rahman? Yes, he's connected. He's disconnected probably. Yeah. You continue. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, it's poor connectivity. So we have to move to the next presenter. No alternative, we cannot wait. Next is, next slide, yeah. Title of the paper is Miss Dr. Pooja Srivastava, Assistant Professor, Christ College, Bhopal. Connecting learners through effective communication skill, role of English language in online teaching learning mode, special reference to the pandemic, COVID-19. Yeah. Are you present, ma'am?
Yes, sir, present.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah,
good
you
evening,
can.
one and all. Let me share my screen first. So, as sir has already mentioned, the topic of my presentation is connecting learners through effective communication skills and the role of English language in online teaching learning with special reference to the pandemic COVID-19. Because of the uncontrollable widespread of COVID-19, more than half of the world is locked down at this day. There is no other option besides getting online to work. All the esteemed resource persons and presenters have already talked about many of the pros and cons related to going online for teaching and learning. I would like to contribute one more aspect to that, and that is, from my point of view, English language is one of the most vital component of when we switch on to the mode of teaching and learning, that is online. So, the need of this study arises when we think that where and when the the individuals in India can switch to online teaching and learning mode. Because when we talk about India, very less percentage of Indian native English speakers are there in our country, and those are around 0.02% out of 12.6% of the total population that uses English as a second language. Let's talk about the position of English language in India. English language, according to the Radhakrishnan University Education Commission, is that is very rich in culture, humanistic, scientific, and technical literature. If under sentimental urges we give up English, we would cut ourselves from the living stream of ever-growing knowledge. When we talk about communication skills, to make it effective, it has to be conveyed rightly, the message has to be correct and rightly conveyed to the right person. Now, when we talk about the role of English language in online teaching and learning mode with a special reference to India, many of the educators in India are still uncomfortable till the date to switch on to online teaching and learning mode. And one very important reason for that is they are reluctant in communicating in English language. Many of the presenters, even through and through, rather till now, each and every presenter has presented his or her paper in English language only. We hardly had any presentation in Hindi language. It's not that universities and colleges are not promoting it. It is just because people feel uncomfortable. They have a kind of slight sense of inferiority complex regarding the language. So teachers also, when they impart instructions in the classroom, they find it difficult to get online because the lot of content that is available online is in English language only, and they have to communicate it to the students. And the lessons, of course, are being observed, which usually usually are not observed in the real classroom teaching learning. So it makes them conscious. So solutions, according to me, to make the sessions more effective and fruitful, turning into the effective learning, is the institution must counsel their educators, the problem areas are to be located, and some effective instant sessions must be given to the educators before they switch on to online teaching and learning. Some of the educators can also make an effective use of the applications like Grammarly.com. Now, let's switch on to the perspective of students. Initially, the students feel very attractive and they are highly interested in joining the classes. But gradually, the students who are weak at language, they try to feel reluctant and withdraw themselves from the classes. They would be the passive participants with the passage of time. As mics mute in Google Classrooms, in Zoom classrooms, etc. And the student is supposed to respond to the questions or has to put on the query by typing it. So the child or the student who is weak at English language would be feeling reluctant and will have the fear to be checked or will have the fear to be incorrect. So he may withdraw himself. So this gradually may lead to the development of inferiority complex among the students who are weaker or who are poorer at the usage of English language. So this, according to me, is one of the vital factors that has to be worked upon. Some of the suggestions from my side to the educators and to the institutions are that the effective use of linguistics techniques like rise and falling tone of the language, the expressions, the gestures, the diagrams, flow charts, Venn diagrams, tree diagrams, mind mapping, etc. are the wonderful techniques that can make the concept understandable and lucid for the learners. Besides that, one very significant contribution can be given by the technique of flipped learning. As one of the presenters had already mentioned about it, flipped learning would help the students to acquire knowledge with which the manuals, some texts, some information related to the topic can be shared beforehand by the teacher to the students so that the students can prepare beforehand. And once they start preparing themselves beforehand, no matter if the content is not completely understood in the live classroom by the students, in online
Madam,
students.
yeah, you have 30 seconds time.
I'll just find out, sir.
Yeah, you can
The
sum up.
student would be able to understand just as the student and a non-native speaker can understand a movie if the glimpse of that movie has been, the story of that movie has been shared with the fellow. So it's imperative for the present time that online classes are to be switched on. There's no way out, but that could be more and more effective if we give instructions and training sessions to the educators as well as the students before initiating the process. Thank you. And on behalf of Christ College, I would extend warm thanks from to the Christ College Bhopal to the organizers of the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It's very interesting and really gave some new insights, and
Thank you, sir.
It's definitely will attract questions also at the last.
Thank you.
Yeah, next is we have two papers remain. This is Preeti Chandel, research scholar, Stride IGNOU, and Amiteshwar Ratra, associate professor in distance education, Stride. Yeah.
Yes, sir, present.
Are you present? Preeti Chandel, yeah, you present. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. As my topic, moving out from the conventional way of learning among school-going children during pandemic time, technology as an enabling factor to reduce academic anxiety. The focus of my research paper to study the rampant use of technology in school education. As we know, school is a powerful tool for the development of a nation as well as social equality and economic growth of a nation. There are two ways of to get education in India. First one is conventional and second one is the distance education. Conventional education is the first priority in India for school level education. But during the COVID-19 in India, learning by distance became the first priority for the student to get education. The use of technology in India as an instrument to bridge the student learning gap in school-going children, which followed the pattern as followed in other countries facing lockdown situation. School time can be fun, can raise social skill and social awareness. Primary point of being school is that it increase a child ability. But this time school are shut down in all the world. The outbreak of COVID-19 had resulted in interruption of conventional school education in India as well as in the most of the country in the world. With the advent of COVID-19 at present, it is seen that education through technology mediated learning is evident among both school and college students. This teaching learning is taking place through distance. So distance education play a very important role during this period. Government of India giving direction for use of distance learning at the time when the lockdown was declared initially. Technology mediated learning helps to complete the syllabus, curriculum, take exam and online teaching learning. Distance learning creates educational environment at home. Due to COVID-19, students had been worried about their completion of syllabus and future examination. Same problem has been faced by the school teacher, how to complete the curriculum of the student. It was observed that worry related to future quite common among students as well as adults. The high school students are concerned on how they complete their education, whether their academics suffer because of COVID-19. These worries like examination worries, subject related worries, and sometimes institutional related worries create academic anxiety among the students. Academic anxiety leads to the academic difficulties through unrelated thoughts, worry, and decrease concentration and attention. So here are students getting benefited with the online learning in this situation. From the advancement of the technology leading to the use of distance learning from home, video conferencing platforms such as Zoom, Webex are being used heavily. Canvas, Blackboard, and Google Chrome are also using in this situation. Some software like Proctor, Google Chrome extension that monitor students taking exam online. Now, Government of India also focus on distance learning and advise community to use Swayam, Commonwealth of Learning, and MOOCs, etc. And also advise to teacher to reach all the students with online learning and other sources, followed by social distancing. Teacher also preparing online worksheet of this different subject to assess the students' learning. With this technology, India moves out from the conventional system of education to distance online education system. But there are some challenges in this digital divide. The digital divide problem will appear at every level of education. Online learning needs to be controlled. The main question of the digital divide is some student does not have digital lesson plan to Chromebooks. Some do not have broadband link. Some do not have Android phone. Some do not have knowledge of using technology, how to use technology, and how can they complete their education curriculum. Some students do not have laptop, webcam, internet, etc. Physical school have a framework, a respite, and shelter in ways that digital learning can never do. Due to COVID-19 crisis, students, parents, families, and nations worldwide are going to face the challenges of global regression, which will again increase the divide in education, access, and equity. So, in concluding, on the basis of above discussion, we can conclude that during this critical time, COVID-19, everything goes down, social as well as economic. Countries have locked down to maintain social distancing to control the spread of virus. This had led to use of distance learning platform in the school education. Today, education depend on online learning, or we can say digital learning. Technology at present play a a good role to help school students to cover the syllabus, curriculum, exam, online teaching, learning, etc. And this help to reduce their academic anxiety. In suggestion, we I can say that it is suggested that to reduce the learning divide and thereby the academic anxiety among school students, especially in secondary and senior secondary classes, effort should be made to provide each student a tab for learning. Parents be educated to the optimized utilization of technology. by their child for school learning process. Teachers should use technology even after the lockdown to help the strength students in making their learning rich and effective. This online learning help the student to come out from the stress and make learning effective. This technology also help the student to reduce academic anxiety regarding their academic performance.
Yeah. Thank
That's
you,
all.
ma'am. Thank you. Cannot give you time because time is already up. The last paper we have, 10th paper, that is Professor K.V. Reddy, Mizoram University, Aizal. Are you present, sir?
Yes, of course.
Are you present?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, yeah. Your paper is online teaching learning during COVID-19, some issues.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
First,
you can
thank
continue,
you,
sir.
sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps the 40th presenter today. Whole day we've been listening to various speakers having expertise on the subject and otherwise too. But as a student of politics, I am not that technically sound. Though I have prepared a couple of slides as part of PPT, I'm not able to do that due to technical issue in my department here today. So kindly forgive me for that. So let me also take this opportunity to thank Professor Kandarpadas and his team, because it is you who have taken this adventurous step at a time when India, not only India, whole world is passing through this predicament. Although it is considered as a health predicament, health calamity, but the implications are beyond that. And therefore, since many have already spoken on the subject, I do not want to repeat what has already been touched upon in various areas. So I'll confine myself to only a few points as part of my arguments. So kindly consider to the extent possible. So as you know, that it is a sudden outbreak, and so health hazard in the name of all this. Coronavirus has been, affecting in more than 200 countries today. There is no vaccine, there is no cure as of now. And so obviously there are multiple implications with that: social, political, economic, cultural, and more than anything else, educational. As somebody who is into an education institution, Mizoram University, my concern is about this, because we are all confined to our four walls of the room at home. We are not even permitted to come to departments to work online because of this social distancing, lockdowns, and so forth. But at the same time, this COVID-19 has presented all of us an opportunity to do something different. Because so far we've been into this conventional mode of education. That's what is a teacher-based education. That is how I consider. And it's very popular at home and abroad. And regular mode, it's an age-old system. Because what is more important with this is teacher-taught interaction is possible so much that the skills and knowledge can be imparted better than the other modes of education. And most crucial issue I consider is the eligibility for employment. So employable eligibility is something that attracts most of the people to get into conventional education. But then there are, because of limitations of regular mode of education in terms of finance, faculty, or facilities, infrastructure, or otherwise, that and also because of a commercialization of education in the country, which is not accessible to poor or marginalized communities, we have witnessed entry of open universities and distance education centers throughout the country for over 40 years nearly. And this is what is non-conventional education is affordable and it's flexible. Of course, there are many positive points with this sort of education. Yet it is unpopular due to employable factor, as I just pointed out. So then what is left out is the online education. I considered this as blend of both conventional as well as non-conventional education, because there's a possibility of doing both. You can have teacher-taught interaction as part of online or digital initiatives, and also the material can be supplied with the help of so many OERs, so many ebooks. A vast literature is available today, thanks to thanks to this COVID-19, as Professor Vainandan has mentioned, it's like a blessing in disguise today in his presentation somewhere. So I thought we are here today to see as to what can be done. So before you do that, then think of the state and the governments at the center and in states. Expectedly, MHRD and UGC have already issued several circulars for the past 2-3 weeks. We are all faced with all that as to how to overcome the prevailing problem in the context of higher education, in particular in universities and all. And therefore, some of us are already oriented towards SWAYAM and MOOCs, ARPIT courses, and some of us are also trained in universities and colleges. But the problem is with access, problem is with the quality, and also equity. These I consider are some of the important issues that need to be addressed by the state and government. Now, coming to the present context, COVID-19, I had already mentioned it is a sudden health calamity, but then the implications are so far-reaching. Keeping it in view, we need to do something whereby this temporary problem can be addressed at once. So unlike others who were trying to discuss today, we are trying to pose it as a permanent problem so that we need to orient ourselves towards meeting this crisis. But I don't think so. COVID-19 may be COVID-20, but beyond that, I don't think that it will continue and haunt us in any serious way. But yet, to the extent possible this year, we are all worried about the academic year on the eve of closure. We have to do with the examinations and admissions. So keeping this in view, I think the circulars or the state initiatives have to be responded to positively.
Sir, you have 30-second time.
Yeah.
So you can conclude. Yeah.
So I think that this challenge has to be converted into an opportunity, and thereby we need to respond to it positively. Despite the fact that we have got issues with that, we can and we should. There is no other option, unfortunately, to keep quiet. And therefore, online teaching, learning, education is something that has to be accepted as a way forward. Lest we will be in trouble, at least this year, if not beyond. Thank you, Vanada.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Reddy. We have completed the 10th paper, and thus our session is practically completed. Now the question and answer session will begin. I think there will be questions from different. We have participants of till now 89 participants. It is shown in the. So please questions.
Sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yeah. You are audible. You are audible.
Yeah, I'm Pranab Shaikh. At the very outset, I congratulate our Dean Academic, sir, who is moderating this session with immaculate calm and composure. It was really enjoying, and so many good papers have been presented. I have some observation, specifically paper that has presented by Nisha Singh madam. Madam, are you listening to me?
Yes,
I'm
there.
Okay, I'm Pranab. If our technical team spotlight me, then it would be better to identify me by Nisha madam. Madam, since morning.
Yeah, of course I'm seeing you.
Since morning, we have been discussing about the alternative mode, specifically online mode of teaching, learning during this COVID-19 period. Some of my observation is that at the very from different presentation, it is observed that there is a huge prospect of using online education as an alternative to give education. At the same time, there is also apprehension, which is rightly said or expressed by our Asa madam, who expressed during her inaugural speech that online education, though during COVID-19 hype is there, but once this situation is over, then public memory is very short, and they will again go back to a conventional system. face-to-face system. So in your paper, you have rightly mentioned that online education, you means the F2F replication, is not it?
Yes.
Yes. So if we really make it as a full-fledged teaching learning system, I think this is the right platform to discuss, because there is a lots of issue regarding quality and methods of online teaching that to be critically understood. And there is also appropriate, we have to identify methodologies, assessment, feedback, all these things. If we consider it in a structured way, unless we develop a teaching learning approach through online as a structured way, considering its input, process, and output aspects of the teaching learning, then online learning will be remain always a facilitating or as a assisting.
Dr. Sakya, please be specific.
Mechanism only. So, and there is also no research-based evidence which methodology, which technique is appropriate for using online learning. So what do you think to making online learning as a structured permanent solution or structured teaching learning methods?
So there's
Please,
a whole literature available on designing an online course.
Yes.
Generally, what we say is it may not be so important in the case of face-to-face, where a teacher is able to manipulate the kind of like reaction what he gets from the learner. He or she is able to pace the learning speed and the teaching style according to that. Whereas in online education, we have to be structured. So that is, for that structuring, there is something called as instructional designing. And all over the world, people, whenever they go for online education, they have these instructional designers who suggest to the course coordinators or the program coordinators as to which content will be better better disseminated or delivered through which mode. Say, suppose I'm having a discussion, panel discussion on say culture and democracy and all. There I don't need visuals. Most of the visuals are not there. So we can use audio medium for that. That will save the bandwidth also, and it will break the monotony of videos and just PDF. So that kind of designing of the media is through instructional designing, which is, I think, the basic to any course which we are developing. Of course, in the COVID-19 thing, we cannot. Another thing you have to remember is that everybody going for Zoom, but we are going for synchronous. That too, we are criticizing the lecture method of the conventional. What the teachers are now doing, they're basically using a PPT, and through the PPT, they are using only verbal. So where is the novelty, or where is the strength of the online education? It is like, instead of in the classroom, you are sitting in your room and then listening to the teacher. But online is different. Online has its own strengths which have to be captured. For example, a teacher can give us a 20 minutes like something, tell about something hands, and then say give another 20 minutes for a hands-on for the learner, and then come back again after 20 minutes. Why is we having it a stretch of 40 minutes like a face-to-face? Break it. 10 minutes instruction by the teachers, another 20 minutes for the learners, and then come back again and have an evaluation. Why can't we have e-portfolio? Why can't we have concept mapping? Why can't we have collaborative projects as assessment strategies? So all that has to be thought. It's not simple that, okay, whether we use Zoom or whether we use Google Meet and things like that, like any other synchronously virtual conferencing platforms, to convey what people were conveying in the face-to-face. And that is why people are waiting to revert back to face-to-face, because in today face-to-face, the teachers are like, they are the whole world is seeing what they're doing in the classes. I'm not being negative, but what I'm saying is one has to be prepared for this medium, and that is what is needed. Even people one has to pace like that. I hope I have answered the question.
Yes, definitely. You have point out many angles of this online learning. Just one supplement, you may not be answered. There is a largely unexamined questions about training and support of teachers, learners, and even parents to how to teach, how to learn, and how to facilitate online learning. Definitely, we have to think about that. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Saika.
Hello.
Any other question?
Hello.
Any other?
Hello.
Hello, sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
Hello.
Audible. Yeah, audible, sir. You can ask.
Sir, will you lend me
Hello.
2 minutes to finish my presentation, sir, as I could not present due to poor connectivity?
Yeah, definitely. I will give time if time remains. Definitely, I will give time. Let the question answer. Someone is asking the question. Let it complete. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, I'll try to give you the time. Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you. I am from Business College. So I have a question to Krishnangi Kolita. Krishnangi Kolita, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is there Krishnangi Kolita?
Yes, sir.
Krishnangi is there. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So
please be
you
specific.
have mentioned in your paper that the student, those have practical subject, they are facing more problem in comparison to theoretical subject. So what is your suggestion, or do you have any solution regarding that question?
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, regarding suggestions, I think, sir, relating to the practical subjects, some more steps can be taken, such as means because when they told that they means don't understand the sums and all properly while teaching online sometimes. So regarding that, sir, certain steps that I think, sir, as per discussion on with different expert committees and all, I think, sir, that decisions can be taken. So because just I have so the paper was made on the basis of asking questions that what can be done or what are the problems you all are facing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody?
Hello, sir.
Any more?
Hello,
Any
sir.
more questions?
Hello,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. You're audible.
Hello,
Please.
sir.
Please ask.
Sir, this is Dr. Richard.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. This is Dr. Richard from Shillong.
Yeah.
Many paper presenters, especially from IGNOU, faculties from IGNOU. I just want to share that northeastern states, we are very acquainted with the gazettes, but the difficulty here is that we don't have proper internet access. Therefore, I request all the this one, especially from IGNOU, that if you can provide safe materials like CD or a pen drive, which you can which can send to the needy students in northeastern states, especially in rural background. Therefore, if you can do that, that will be very helpful for us.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank you.
sitting here from Shillong, sir. I'm sitting here from Shillong. It is very difficult for me to sit the whole day. I mean, like difficult to this one see the videos, the presentations because of the internet problems. Therefore, even in Shillong, it is quite difficult for us to see or to access the this one.
Yeah,
this
we
one,
are
video
understanding
classes.
you, sir. Sorry, we are understanding you. There are so many from teachers from.
Can I answer just one
Yeah,
minute?
definitely. Are you from IGNOU?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually,
you can
what
answer.
I did for my students, they were facing problem in
Yes,
Northeast and J&K. So what
yes.
I did, I had made in the Google Drive a folder. Then I shared the link, and whenever they got time and with their own data, they said they are able to download, and they are going through all the. I have given all the videos, all the audios, all PPTs, all PDF in that Google Drive. That link is given to them
Yes,
with
madam.
full material.
Okay, thank you.
Madam, is it possible, madam?
Yeah.
Hello, madam. Is it possible to send in CD form, CD, saved one?
Actually, they have not asked
CD
me
or pen drive?
CD. They have not asked me. They said we are happy with the Google Drive. This is for my particularly School of Health Sciences students who are working
like
in the
to answer
hospital.
that. May I?
Thank you,
Nisha,
thank you, madam.
Nisha can answer.
Yeah, Nisha. Yeah.
Yeah, that is what that is what I said about the appropriate technology. See, as you were saying, in CD or a pen drive, we can have that kind of interface and then give to the learners. But what will be missing is interaction with the mentor or the teacher. So what we can do is save the bandwidth by providing like this. and then use
Yes,
simpler, low bandwidth solutions for interactions, like a say discussion
Yes,
forum on a
yes.
Gmail. So that kind of, that is what I said, designing the course according to the, you have to, that is why we call it the ADDI: analyze, design, develop, implement, and evaluate, and then again analyze. So it's a cyclical process of course designing, and that will help.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we are one paper remained half done. Actually, I want to give him 1 minute or 2 minutes time to complete his paper, because we have time another 5 minutes. Please complete within 2 minutes.
Okay, sir. Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are
Yes,
100% audible.
So I was talking about
only,
yes, I was talking about role of online learning. So if we narrow down the role of online learning precisely to India, we'll face the real challenge. Factors like rich, poor, urban, rural, network issues, electricity issues will come up. But this does not disqualify Indians from attending online classes. Smartphones has taken to rescue in this situation created by the deadly virus. Platforms like Zoom, Hangout, etc. These are used extensively to impart online classes. But the students of science streams, they are worried about practical classes and experiments, as they are struggling to find an alternative for practicals to be dealt with. And in fact, course structure of the traditional classrooms were amended due to unavailability of resource materials or books. Evaluations also has been affected in this great time. Flexibility should be a priority concern, as all online journals and critical materials are not accessible from home. So the new traditionally turned online classrooms should consult with experienced host of digital learnings like NPTEL, ITC, MOOCs, etc. for evaluation purpose, so that they can maintain the standard of evaluation. At last but not the least, online learning is playing great role in imparting teaching learning during pandemic. In this very grave situation where people are consistently echoing Darwin's theory, the survival of the fittest, the continuity of the teaching learning process itself is a success. With this, I want to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rahman. Sorry, we have no time now. I am to conclude now. Thank you for participating in this session. And I must thank to all the participants because of their excellent presentations, and the question and answer session was also very lively. And I thank all. I thank Madhuji. I thank our reporters. They have done a very good job. And I thank our Vice Chancellor, sir, for giving me the opportunity. And finally, thank you all. Thank you.
Just my last word. Thank you so much, Professor Majumdar, for your timely management of this session. Very good paper presenters in all the session, and good questions asked. And I must thank the rapporteurs also. So we can wind up this session. It is very well managed, Professor Rahul Majumdar, this session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shall I start? Good evening to all the paper presenter and the participant present here. I am Parag Datta, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, Krishnakanda Hendricks State Open University. I was given the responsibility of moderating this technical session. Along with me, we have 3 reporters. I would like to introduce the 3 reporters before you. Dr. Bhaskar Bhattacharya, Assistant Professor,
Department of Philosophy. Vinod, is it possible to spotlight?
He is not, I think his video is not there. Bhaskar Bhattacharya video is not there.
Okay, no problem. Next, Gargi Gayan, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology. And Dr. Tejaswa Kolita, Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy. She is along with me. So we'd like to start the technical session 5. Before we start the technical session, I have some small request to all the presenters. First, as all of you know, we have a limited time space. So your allotted time is 6 minutes. Please try to complete your presentation. Since your maximum time is 6 minutes, you have to complete your presentation within 6 minutes. And secondly, I will call up your names along with your designation and your institution you belongs to. No need to give your introduction again. Instead of that, you should concentrate on your paper. So without wasting any more time, we'd like to start our technical session. Our first presenter is Rishi Chakraborty, Assistant Professor, Assam Downtown University. He will present on online learning in the time of a pandemic. I would like to request Rishi to give his presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is my PPT. Is it okay?
Yeah. Is it audible? It is go on.
Yeah. Is the PPT okay? Is the PPT visible?
No, this is not coming. PPT is not coming. Kindly share it again. Kindly share it again.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, it is coming now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My topic is online learning in the time of a pandemic. As we all know that the internet has created wide scope for mankind to explore themselves towards different arenas of learning. And in this regard, online learning is a revolution, I would say, and is a continuous process. During certain lockdown situations, as it is evident from this current COVID-19 situation, the importance of online learning has become more prominent. It is evident that through the launch of several MOOCs platform, as I have already highlighted in the presentation, like SWAYAM, Coursera, and especially Google Classroom, which have become effective medium of teaching learning process, especially during a lockdown situation. Though I have reviewed a little bit of literature regarding the COVID-19, still a lot needs to be done. However, the first two literatures highlighted the emergence of this particular pandemic, where the first author in his presentation have discovered or a particular reproductive number, RO, which he says that if it is greater than 1, the spread of this virus increases to a considerable extent. And as per his findings, he has highlighted that even though there are government awareness towards this particular pandemic, it is spreading at a tremendous pace, far higher as compared to the SARS virus, the severe acute respiratory syndrome virus. The other writer has highlighted about the situation of Italy in regard to COVID-19, and the subsequent writers have also highlighted about e-learning and online education, where Songram, as I've mentioned here, in 2015, it is highlighted that learners are able to apply their creative thinking through e-learning portals. And other writers have also highlighted the importance of MOOCs, which have created tremendous revolution in this teaching learning process. And especially during this time, we feel the need of such a program. The objective. Hello, is it audible?
We are listening.
Yes, you continue, Rishi.
Yeah, the following are the objectives. To understand the development of different online learning platforms in India and the challenges that are faced by these online learning platforms in contrary to the traditional learning. Coming back to the first objective, I'll just brief out that in 2008, MOOCs was introduced by David Cornier of the University of Prince Edward and Brian Alexander, as it is highlighted by these particular writers, Nisha and Senthil in 2015. Chauhan in 2017 has highlighted that 1.5 million and 113 million users from India have enrolled themselves in the MOOC courses, and which is evident that India today is the second highest enrollment in online courses after the United States of America. Also, different initiatives have been taken up by the government of India, as we know, in collaboration with IITs and IIMs in developing different online platforms like SWAM and the National Mission of Education through Information and Communication Technology. Also, it is evident that different in a National Digital Library, which is again an initiative of MHRD and the IITs, IIT Kharagpur. So all these things have enriched the teaching learning process during a lockdown situation. Now, coming to the second objective, the challenges that online learning has faced, though it has been of much importance today, still there are some challenges. Today, in remotest part of India, still there is a lack of proper infrastructure and technology. We share the delight of living in urbanized localities, but there are many people in different parts of India who are still not having the proper technological infrastructure, and therefore they may not be able to accustom themselves with the online courses. Investment is another criteria. Investing in this particular platform. Diversified population, people living in different parts of India, in remotest part, may not be accustomed.
Rishi Chakraborty, you have 1 more minute. Huh? You have to conclude.
Yes. I'm just winding up. So these are some of the problems that we are facing. Lastly, the conclusion part is that though online learning has come up tremendously, yet if we come up with these challenges and we face this and we observe and we take into consideration these challenges and we address to these challenges, then definitely this platform will be able to be at par with the traditional learning, especially considering the remotest part of India. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Rishi Chakraborty, for your wonderful and insightful presentation on online learning.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Santu Biswas and Mona Lisa Sarkar. They will present on teaching learning amid COVID-19 outbreak in India, crisis and concern. I would like to request Santu Biswas and Mona Lisa Sarkar to present their paper. Thank you. May I request Santu Biswas to unmute yourself? Okay. You please start. Hello.
It seems he has some connection issue.
Professor Santu Biswas, are you listening to me? Am I audible to you?
Hello.
Professor Santu Biswas, am I audible to you? I think he has some connection problem. We will start with the next presenter. Our next presenter is Dr. Rishikesh Barua. He is the principal of Kesidas Commerce College. So he will present on COVID-19 pandemic and online class transaction. I would like to request Dr. Rishikesh Borwa sir to give his presentation. Thank you.
Sir, please take your headphone.
Sir, you're not audible,
You
sir.
are not,
Not audible, sir. You are not audible, sir.
you are not audible. You just take your headphone.
Kindly reconnect your headphone again, sir.
You can send a message through chat.
Sir, you are not audible. You can remove your headphone and you can speak directly. Professor Rishikesh Borua, what you can do, you can remove your headphone and speak directly. Vinod?
Yes. Yes.
What to do?
Kindly, sir, remove your headphone now and disconnect the headphone from the laptop, sir, and try to speak with laptop. No, sir. No sound is coming, sir. I think there is an issue with the sound selection, driver selection, I think.
Shall we go to the next presentation?
Yes, we should go to the next presentation before sir is
After
ready.
that,
Okay.
yeah. In the meantime, he will solve
Okay,
the
okay.
issue. So since Professor Rishikesh Borua is not able to connect, so may I request our next presenter, Professor Suresh N. Pereira, Department of Computer Science, the Open University of Sri Lanka, to give his presentation. So give her presentation. So she will present on game-based learning for primary school children to avoid COVID-19, educational disruption. Ma'am, you please start.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Good evening to everyone. I would like to focus your attention towards game-based learning for primary school children to avoid COVID-19 educational disruption. During next few minutes, you will be focused on following areas. As you all aware, the outbreak of the coronavirus has been labeled as a pandemic by the World Health Organization. Many colleges and universities are shutting down to slow its spread, and academics are getting creative with finding solutions to educate their students. To mitigate the loss of learning, many of them suggested online or distance learning. Some of the developed countries are rapidly adjusting to learning. However, this is more problematic with developing countries, especially with kids. According to the World Bank, even before the outbreak of the coronavirus, world was already dealing with a learning crisis as evidenced by high levels of learning poverty. So there should be an effective way to educate for kids, especially their school curriculum during this outbreak. This is the motivation behind this research. To solve this, online learning is not always possible with kids due to many challenges. It is impossible to emulate in the real world, especially when they are working from home. Further, parents need to motivate them to work with digitally enabled devices by keeping the attention, which is difficult with kids. So how can we improve this? We can use multimedia formats such as audio, video, animation, and colorful images to attract students. Story-driven scenarios, as kids always enjoying with the stories, ensuring enjoyment and engagement in the learning process. In order to intrinsically motivate students, we can provide them with rewards. All the point addressed can be achieved by embedding gamification and game-based learning to the learning process. Game-based curriculum master is an approach to achieve this by involving game theory and gamifying instructions. This is one of the interactive sessions that I have developed to solve the above identified issues. This activity is to create the national emblem of Sri Lanka using the mouse cursor. Student has to drag and drop relevant icons in the correct place. If his choice is incorrect, the system does not allow him to place there. Therefore, the student has the chance to study by himself interactively with the help of this activity. Students are mediated with sounds which explain the meaning of symbols and the usage of them while they are engaging with the gamified based activity where necessary. Students can attempt this any number of times to stay the concept. When considering primary grade students, they might not enjoy sitting in front of a computer, listening to a lesson or attempting exercises. This is one of the questions at the end of a session where students have to attempt. Since this is in Sinhala, I will explain the question to you all. This is the MCQ based question. The question is the image shows the aerial view of a vehicle. What is the side view of the vehicle? Let's say a student might have selected the wrong answer like this. Then you can see the rabbit is crying at the right hand corner. Once the student select the correct answer, he or she can see the rabbit is happy. Also at the end, student can see the solution. It is clearly explaining with the answer to the student audibly and visually. Student feel more comfortable and confident in this type of process with its colorful graphics, and we can build the curiosity. This is a lesson to teach students to practice on writing English letters. At the same time, student can take a pencil and a paper to practice this. As you all have witnessed, game-based curriculum master ensures self-learning in interactive manner. It incorporates digital game-based environment with pleasure, fun by improving motivation. The most importantly, this is available in the format of a CD or online. Students can learn with their native language. Also, they can repeat lessons until they are confident. Further, this improves problem-based learning and critical thinking. This is change in the approach of—
Madam, sorry to interrupt. You have 1 more minute.
Yeah, sure. This is change in the approach of students towards learning in an interactive environment, and they enjoy the process of learning itself, while this improves retention through experiment and trial and error with their native language. This effective game-based curriculum master learning approach to curriculum and teaching is suited to take tremendous benefits of a digital environment through repetitions, failures, and the accomplishment of goals of students during disastrous situations like COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Paragda, your sound is not coming. Paragda, your sound is not coming. Mute. I think mic is mute.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Professor Suresa and Perera Madam, for her wonderful presentation on game-based learning. It is a very relevant issue, particularly for the primary school children. So our thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Tridip Borua, Department of Botany, Madhav Chaudhary College, Borpeta. He will present on a comparative analysis on different online platforms, easily accessible for online teaching, with special emphasis on video conferencing. I would like to request Tridip Borua sir to continue his presentation.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I see my screen. Can you see this screen?
Yes, Tridip Borua MC College. Yes.
So basically, all other presenters are speaking about many kind of things. So I am here about talking about through the comparative analysis of different online platforms. So I will just focus on some online platforms. So there are two kind of online classes which are going right now among many faculty members of different colleges and universities. So those two types are mainly interactive or non-interactive, or you can say synchronous or non-synchronous. But in case of University Grant Commission of India, they have already suggested some online platforms for our students or for faculty members to teach. These are, so I have selected the recommended UGC online courses which they have already mentioned. So they have mentioned 8 very good non-interactive kind of teaching applications, or teaching, you can say, modules. So first of all, SWAYAM. The SWAYAM is actually it is a infinite based program here where some courses are uploaded and it is delivered in the delivered and we can see it any point of time. Then it is called UGPG MOOCs. Even some colleges are also generating this kind of classes, UGPG MOOCs. It is also delivered to infinite platforms. They develop some content and we can see those content at any point of time. So this is UGPG MOOCs. Next, it's called EPG Pathshala. This EPG Pathshala, it is actually a combination of 23,000 modules and 70 postgraduate disciplines. So 70 postgraduate disciplines are there and 23,000 modules are present in this EPG Pathshala. So we can access this EPG Pathshala through this link. And this is called CEC UGC YouTube channel. They have developed a YouTube channel where many contents are there. They upload some videos and many students from many disciplines can see these videos for their knowledge. Next is called National Digital Library. This is probably one of the largest library of for students, and a vast amount of academic content are there. So you can just go and see these contents. Next is called Shodhganga. Shodhganga it is actually a repository of thesis. So it is very useful for research scholars and the people who are in from research background. So they can see this Shodhganga. Also, next one is called Vidwan. Actually, this is it is mainly a database of experts which provides suggestion and information to research scholars and policymakers. So basically, from this Vidwan kind of thing, we can just take suggestions from well-known persons. So next, I'm going to talk about the present situation, how our teachers are teaching those students, and how can they enhance or how can they modify themselves for further teaching. So this is actually real-time examples how teachings are going in Assam or any parts of India. So mainly the teachers are using some WhatsApp groups. This is one of the more familiar kind of things that teachers are using to teach the students. These WhatsApp groups are more familiar because WhatsApp is probably with everyone. We can send voice messages, pictures, and low quality videos through this platform. And but the main disadvantage of this program is it is non-rhythmic in nature. Yeah, too much distractions can come from the other applications or mobiles. It is good for sharing information, but not for rhythmic teaching. And the next one I am to tell about is Google Classroom. This Google Classroom is very efficient for teaching, since we can generate a course and we can add some subtopics to each course like this. So yeah, I have created 3 classrooms. So we can create as many classrooms as we want, and then we can develop some courses, and we can add some subtopic to each courses. So if you here I have the course, and if one clicks here.
Sorry to interrupt. Tidi Boro, sir, you have 1 more minute, sir. You have to complete within 1 more minute.
Okay. Next, these things are actually for non-interactive things. This thing where we are now we are in. So this is Zoom Cloud Meeting. This is very good platform, very good interactive platforms for students. So here we can, in the Zoom Cloud Meetings, we can actually share our screen so that students can see what is going on in our laptop. But the main disadvantage of this Zoom Cloud Meetings is about privacy. Here we can see our IT members of these universities trying very hard to keep every 100% away from this. So probably this is not much utilizable for our faculty members. So I think another app called Google Cloud Meeting. So Google Hangout, they call it. So Google Hangout is there. Google Hangouts, the Google Hangout is more like this Zoom Cloud Meetings, but the Google Hangout doesn't support more than 25 candidates in the presentation. So this is a big disadvantage of Google Hangout. So with this, I would like to conclude that the student faculty must not compete. We must find alternative ways for traditional classrooms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tidi Boro, sir, for your thought-provoking presentation. Our next presenter is Upasana Barua. She is a student of NEF Law College. So she will present on online learning in the time of COVID-19. I would like to request Upasana Bara to give her presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, hello sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please carry on.
Okay, sir. So as we all know that whole of the nation is under lockdown, so in such kind of issues it's very necessary to maintain social distancing. Apart from that, my topic was online learning. Online learning plays a very vital role because it gives a very big advantage of our technology. Our technology seems to be developing, and apart from that, our traditional mode of schooling where students go to the classes and attend a lecture, perhaps in some situations they might feel bored, but in this online classes they just like enjoy each and every sections they used to enjoy. And this online learning is like something, a new innovation towards the students, where they will like a transformation in each and every sector. They will get a new transformation. We should welcome this kind of transformations, and like various sectors, if you say like various webinars are organized, and apart from that, lecture series, courses, everything has been developed because of this pandemic issues. And apart from that, basically the online learning is totally different from traditional mode of this schooling. Because online learning is something that it's new. It's not a new concept, it's an old concept, and now the students are gaining much and much knowledge. In this pandemic issues, there seems like they have encouraged very much this online courses. And lastly, just I want to conclude that online learning we should encourage. It's not only time of COVID-19 we are encouraging this e-learning. It should be encouraged like in each and every time, because there are very valuable things that we need to learn. Apart from our college, we need to gain some extracurricular activities, knowledge. And I'm not saying that there are only the main advantages, there are also disadvantages. Apart, like if we see economically background students, they are not able to afford to buy a laptop or mobile phone. For them, the government should utilize the funds towards the colleges and grant permissions for them to utilize each and everything properly. That's all. Thank you.
होने के बाद में एंड में क्वेश्चन पूछे जाते हैं। अटेंडेंस तो वो उसी सेशन में लेंगे।
Thank you, Upasana Bora, for your presentation.
और अभी तो 90 का
Professor Rishikesh Bora just informed us that now he is ready for presentation. May I request Binod to spotlight Professor Rishikesh Bora?
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Am I audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're audible, sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please start your presentation.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I have such a little bit of technological hitch-up. Anyway, I would like to initiate my deliberation with the statement that if we consider that our Earth was born 24 hours back, then we humans landed on Earth just 1 minute 20 seconds back. And it is amazing that within this minuscule time span, man has created the whole anthroposphere, surged into deep space, as well as created many chaos too. But finally, we find that in the last couple of decades, there has been a frequent increase of pandemics all across the world, and these things have been, put forward by many scientists. And even in one of his TED talks, Bill Gates also stated that the world is perhaps not ready for the next pandemic, but it is investing on arms and ammunition. So nearly 5 years down the lane, the creature of the highest order now is facing one of the biggest threat, and that too from a microscopic creature. However, history says that mankind has always overcome such hindrances by sheer application of his intelligence. And this was possible because knowledge which mankind acquired across ages through education. And as we all know, education is an essential and integral component of human society, which cannot be compromised, however big may be the hindrances. And this was the motto with which Kesidas Commerce College went into a mission to offer seamless educational inputs to the students during the period of present lockdown. Kesidas Commerce College is one of the better known institutions catering primarily to commerce education at the tertiary level, not only in Assam, but the whole of Northeast India as well. Well, till a month ago, teaching learning in Kesidas Commerce College has been largely through conventional chalk and talk, PowerPoint and assignment modes, apart from field studies and regular interactions with invited speakers. And considering the ground realities, it has always been a hard task for the teachers to complete the allotted syllabus, which of course was achieved by virtue of proper execution of the annual academic calendar. And as an institution, the sudden outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent lockdown state also caught us off guard initially. No one was certain regarding the span of lockdown. And one of the biggest challenges for us was to carry forward teaching learning process, as we all know that in today's semester system, how much real time is left for course completion. We found our answer in migrating to online applications to overcome the crisis and pondered for different platforms. We were already in the process of developing a native Android app. Our app is a native Android application conceptualized and developed with in-house expertise, using Java, Android Studio for login and design, and PHP and MSQL for its backend database. A resources button was developed and added in the app prior to the announcement of lockdown. Now the app could focus on transfer of resource materials and interactions, assignments and notices to the students, apart from having other provisions. The hosting environment is Linux, and it can be downloaded from the Google Play Store. Now, thanks to a great teamwork of all the teachers, the app now has been used as a channel for delivery of course materials to the students, program and semester-wise. For interaction with students, other platforms like Zoom app, Google Classroom, Hangout, WhatsApp, Skype have been used. Course material videos prepared by teachers have been transferred through WhatsApp or uploaded in the YouTube. Online classes are being conducted as per routine and hosted on the institutional website. And as planned, I became a part of all the WhatsApp groups of students made program and semester-wise to interact with them, pass on information, and gauge their satisfaction level. Online feedback was also taken institutionally. The students largely appear to be satisfied on this endeavor of the college. They showed 100% satisfaction with regard to delivery of resource materials by the college and nearly 75% satisfaction with regard to conduct of online classes. Gradually, their needs and queries started to increase. Well, one big issue was regarding the use of Zoom app. Around 20% of the students were not satisfied as practical classes could not be operated. We decided to opt for YouTube and use online platform of TCS to overcome that issue. The college took care to enlighten the students about the significance of mental well-being too. UGC templates on mental well-being as well as expert inputs through videos have been made available. Interestingly, the Students' Union have also organized online competitions. Well, considering the fact that these online operations have been our maiden endeavor made possible through our self-realized potentials and in-house resources, we have every reason to feel satisfied. However, right at this moment, we feel that we could understand that, number one, apart from the bandwidth availability to achieve last mile connectivity, ICT has its own merits and demerits. Till now, we could reach out to only around 65% of our students. And we feel that from the next academic...
May I request you to...
Yeah, I'm coming to the end. With this online applications, equity and social inclusion applications can be done here. And most importantly, what I think is that the attendance issue needs to be addressed by the university considering the post-COVID-19 societal setup. We may come up with acceptance of online attendance through some robust mechanisms. And also in the current CBCS syllabus, we have skill enhancing courses which form an integral part of the semester, and perhaps we can opt for online facilities there. And with regard to timing, flexibility of timing is an advantage, and we feel that the leaves of teachers can also be, amalgamated with these online applications. For example, long-term leaves like CCL may be connected with discharge of duties through online mode as per convenience. And finally, on the part of the government, online infrastructure needs to be enhanced. And I would like to mention here the policy of uniform postage rate in England in 1840, which really helped distance education to flourish at that time in England. Like the way our doctors are forced to work in the rural areas right now mandatorily, we should also have some robust regulations for telecom operators so that the last man connectivity issue can be addressed in the country with success. And finally, colleges should be allowed to increase the intake of students depending on their online teaching learning discharge abilities. Thank you so much. Hello. Hello.
Pragda, are you there? Pragda.
Our moderator is Utpal Borgohai. Our moderator was disconnected. May I request Utpal Borgohai to kindly present his paper?
Okay, I just.
His paper is on online learning in the time of COVID-19.
So my theme is governance, partnership, and collaboration during a pandemic. So during a pandemic, a single nation alone cannot play a meaningful role, and a global comprehensive approach which goes beyond plays his or her role can only face such challenges. Partnership and collaboration amongst nations, international agencies, and authorities in sharing knowledge, extending financial and logistical support to the needy is essential. Effectiveness of governance during this pandemic can be seen when the government of Assam appealed at 20 to employees in particular and other well-off citizens in general to extend support to at least 5 poor families with foodstuff, and because of lockdown, daily wage earners and other poor cannot go out in search of food. In its response, most of the citizens ranging from top bureaucrats to police officers and from retired employees to contractual teachers were seen supporting such families, providing foodstuff and other essential items. Here the public played the role through governance and in fact worked better than the formal setup of a government. A formal government implies that there is a center of power where governance refers to multiple centers of power and a wide range of linkages amongst various agencies of power from local, regional, national, and global level. In an international scenario, France and Italy were seen dispatching corona-affected patients to hospitals in Germany and Switzerland after receipt offers of help. These countries had adequate arrangements for care beds and respirators. In another case, during this pandemic, a vaccine is a fundamental measure to curb the spread and crush the outbreak. Going by these many various information available in website, we are of the opinion that some sort of lack of collaboration in the field of development of a vaccine is there, which is not in the spirit of idea of the World Health Organization, for reasons whatever may be. However, as events are getting unfolded on day-to-day basis, we may only hope that an effective vaccine as well as a treating medicine will be available at the earliest, with technologies crossing the international boundaries, enabling us to crush the outbreak. Meanwhile, there is a shooting news of India sending drugs like hydroxychloroquine, paracetamol, as well as azithromycin to over 20 countries to aid the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, which is an example of collaboration. Another encouraging news of UN releasing $15 million. Let me research the laptop. Just a minute. Meanwhile, there is a shooting news of India sending drugs like hydroxychloroquine, paracetamol, as well as azithromycin to over 20 countries, which is a shooting news. As per European Commission press release, the Commission announced a package of 15.6 billion euros as global response package aimed mostly for Africa. Such developments are certain to bring nations together for a meaningful collaboration at the moment of this crisis, showing hope to the rest. In this regard, the matter of US President halting fund from USA to World Health Organization using disinformation, that is opposing US and other nations for enacting travel restrictions from Wuhan, the epicenter of pandemic, has caught the world by surprise. However, this step has been widely criticized by many and regretted by WHO. As of now, it can only be hoped to be sorted out well soon, and WHO is expected to play a guardian role as it should be while facing these challenges. Going by the data, more than 100 countries have enacted either full or partial lockdown by the end of March, affecting billions of people. From data available at BBC Research University, on appearance of first case and start of lockdown, it appears that there have been different approaches of nations to enact lockdown, either full or partial. However, a global approach for lockdown and decrease of flights appear to play significant roles in containing severity of the pandemic. It is hoped that withdrawal of lockdown would also be in phased and planned manner to crush the outbreak. As far as financial distress and economic slowdown is concerned, the matter of international debts will also going to be a matter of serious concern. There is no alternative but a coordinated global response to address the issue. Observing day-to-day developments, we can only hope that nations go for collaboration and both politics and various global agencies like World Health Organization, UN, European Union, etc. take some challenges. An individual can contribute in the fight against pandemic by obeying regulatory instructions like staying at home, keeping social distance, etc., etc. While nations have to fight crossing international boundaries, and conscious individual cannot stand by and let things happen, but ought to act in his or her capacity, showing commitment to the mankind. And by infinitesimal it might be the idea or effort, it might contribute towards making the world a better place. Efforts of the nations and individual in every nook and corner of the world can get rid of such a pandemic when these all efforts get culminated in
So we
perfect
request
harmony
you to
governance.
wind the presentation.
Hello. Hello. Sir, thank you for your wonderful presentation. Our next presenter is V.V. Subramaniam, Professor and Director, School of Computer and Information Sciences, IGNOU, New Delhi. I would like to request Sir to give his presentation. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, audible. Yes.
Yeah.
Audible.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm about to share the document. Yeah, the title of my paper is IGNOU Enabling Education Through ICT Interventions Amidst of COVID-19. This particular paper I had distributed in 3 different sections. One is to cover the IGNOU activities from the headquarters. The second one is I had concentrated on RC activities and the learner support activities from our regional centers and then LSCs. And then third is a case study wherein which I am Director, School of Computer and Information Sciences. We had taken certain initiatives, and the third section will be covering those particular initiatives. As many of our presenters has shared regarding the activities that are happening at the IGNOU headquarters. So one is the main primary source of our dissemination of information is IGNOU official website, that is www.ignou.ac.in. And then we have our Gyanvani, Gyandhara, then FB Live every day 1 or 2 hours through official page IGNOU. Then we have our official Twitter, wherein which they'll be sending the tweets regarding the alerts, circulars, and other things, and the other links that Government of India is sharing. Then eGyanKosh is one wherein which we have the digital repository and the e-content that is ESLMs. Those have been uploaded on the eGyanKosh digital repository. And basing upon this particular repository, there is an app acting, that is e-content app from IGNOU headquarters. And then faculty YouTube channels are there, and then online counseling for online programs, via all these things we are doing it from the headquarters. So you can see that listing is there on the PowerPoint presentation. Then coming to the regional centers, we have the regional directors, assistant regional directors, and the deputy directors, they are conducting the online induction programs through video conferencing. Then they are using the YouTube videos, already recorded YouTube videos, and then Facebook updates, tweets through Twitter handles, FB live sessions by RC, FB live sessions by academic counseling faculty at learner support centers through video conferencing, then query handling, Gyanvani for local learners, because we have at the headquarters we have one Gyanvani which will be catering to the through FM 105.6, and its range is limited. However, the same FM is being converted to web radio also. In the morning, Kapoti was speaking about this web radio and other things that is about to come up with KKHSOU. However, we ourselves have our web radio, which can be heard from our Gyandhara. So the queries, whatever the student that they post, is through that chat mode, wherein which directly it appears on our screen while we do the audio counseling, and then we revert back to the student in the form of explanation through the radio. And then online assignment submissions, WhatsApp groups. These are the activities that are currently undertaken by our regional centers. But coming to the case study, this is the highlight of my paper, wherein which the third section I am discussed about the whatever the activities that we had started very recently, that is from 23rd March. We had done is as it was a sudden lockdown, we doesn't have the credentials for the web servers and other things, wherein which we can directly upload the things to our SOCAS homepage. So what we thought is the easiest way is to tap the potential of the Facebook and the Twitter. So these both are, as you know, are the social media tools which can be very much reachable by the student. So what we had done is we had created the FB Facebook page of IGNO SOCIS and invited all the students to join the Facebook page. That was also very easy for us. Why? Because we have a huge network of regional centers wherein which they had already experimenting with the regional center Facebooks. So through that particular thing, we had tapped all the students who had taken the admissions and the previous students, and directly those students are been connected to IGNO SOCIS page. And the next step we had done is we had created the Twitter accounts. So for all programs, we have the Twitter accounts, and whatever we are sending here, the links, the audio material, the video material, whatever the things that we are creating, directly we are sharing them with the FB page and the Twitter accounts. So we had created all the resources pertaining to each and every program, and we call that particular basic document for each program as the help link document, wherein which consists of the program, all the activities pertaining to the program, right from the course content, videos, audios, question papers, program guide, whatnot. So each and every activity of the program is been directly.
Excuse me, sir. You have 1 more minute.
Yeah, please. I will be concluding. So all these things we had done it through the form of a help link document, wherein we had generated the QR links, equivalent QR links for each and every link also. Then coming to the the academic counseling part and the practical counseling parts are important for our computer science students. So we had mapped NPTEL videos, and then one very good application is there, that is the virtual lab application. So all the virtual labs we had experimented, and then we had gone through, and then we had mapped all the virtual labs wherever they are fit for the students. We had mapped all the virtual labs, and these particular both the things suffice for our academic counsel as well as the practical counseling. So whatever we are doing from the headquarters, we had created one particular. You can see the slide over here. We had created one particular document called as the sources online support guide. So this particular support guide, whatever we are sending the links, we had clubbed them, and we are every week we are sharing this particular thing with the students. Thank you. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share the experiences we had observed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Subramaniam, for highlighting how IGNO enabling education through ICT intervention.
Thank you very much.
Our next paper is a joint paper, which will be presented by Yasmin Begum and Jishan Ali Ahmed. Who is present? Who will present the paper?
Yes, sir. I will present the paper, Yasmin Begum. Hello, sir.
So you please present your paper.
Sir, yeah.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
So I just want to mention what.
Hello.
Is my PPT is available?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is appearing.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Okay.
We would like to start our paper with a famous saying that online learning is not the next big thing, it is now the big thing. Let me start with my introduction. The modern era has progressed the online education sectors, which can be seen from 1880s, from computer configuration in 1993, internet introduction in 1998 marked the fully online program in New York University Online, California Virtual University International. By the end of 2 decades, we can found that there is a tremendous rise in this sector from 8% to 20%. And in the recent pandemic period, online educational platform is the only source of communications between the students and the teachers. Our objectives are to study the various sources of online learning through various applications, to find out the major barriers faced by the students during online education, to study the prospect of online studies as comparison to the traditional or orthodox concept, and to examine the process of online education. Online education platform in present prospect. As all education sectors are closed down, online platforms is the only way of communication. Some of the platforms are been described as below. Zoom app, it is a cloud app, video conference application with support up to 300 users, and as we are using, and it is very familiar to everyone. Google Classroom, it is developed by Google to distribute the academic notes, while College app, KCDAS Commerce College has launched its own application on 8 March 2020 to promote online educational academic. The process of online education, it simply starts with 3 steps. Sign in, all the applicant has to sign in the particular online platform, then creation, the host create the particular online application, and invitation of applicant occurs place. Our relevance of the study is basically based on the outcome and the relevance, the outcome and the importance of online education in KCDAS Commerce College and Swadeshi College of Commerce. Without these online platforms, there would be very difficult for transferring the notes between the students and the teachers. As in our study, we have used primary as well as secondary data. Primary data were been collected from questions here, and secondary data were mainly collected from articles, books, website, and our sample size was 80. As we talk about education in school, traditional and online, this pandemic period has given an opportunity to come way out from the traditional environment, from classroom environment to anywhere learning. Now distance is not an issue anymore, and student can log into their online classes with simple click. As we move towards our finding, we have found that students are highly satisfied with their online classes. It seems that students are very much enthusiastic to interact in their online classes along with teachers. The main challenges which we observed during our study, it's network issue, and students mainly found distracted in that. It is also found that the prospective and progress, it's also found that the student have seen prospective and progress in the online learning, and they are able to adopt the online courses, and they are also able to assess the various online courses too. I would like to conclude by saying that every dark cloud has a silver lining. Just like that, the dark cloud is this pandemic period for everyone, especially for students, and the silver lining is online classes, which made all the difference. It has widened up the gap between the learner and the instructor. Finally, I would like to conclude by saying that education must be tailored to the need of the student as they are. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, both Yasmin Begum and Jishan Ali Ahmed, for doing a empirical analysis on problem and prospect of online education through various educational applications. Thank you. Our next presenter is Dr. Sukhmaya Lama. She is Assistant Professor, Department of History, Krishnakanta Hendrik State Open University. May I request Sukhmaya Lama to present her paper. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. I'm very sorry, due to technical reason, my visual is off because my computer has been going on through a update mode. So the visual won't be there, but I would still like to give my presentation orally. The topic for my...
You can share the screen also, then it will be no problem. Share your screen if possible. Slide is there. Okay. Is it possible
to share your screen?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Please continue. Yeah.
Yeah. Better not waste time.
You can continue.
Yeah. The topic for my presentation today is uninterrupted learning during a pandemic, a case study of KKHSU. We have seen over the last few months, certain developments have taken place which have brought the teaching learning process to a halt temporarily. For example, the issue of Article 370 related to Jammu and Kashmir air pollution in Delhi, the recent NRC car unrest that had happened, and now the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020. We have seen that because of this, the educational environment has been going through a very critical situation, and especially the learners are at the receiving end. And it's now that we have moved on to, we have started talking about open and distance learning and online learning. And now the significance of this form of education has now, have been understood by the people. When we are talking about open and distance learning, we are talking about a paradigm shift in education, the transition from one-way communication to multiple communication system, from a monologue to a dialogue or an interactive system. We are talking about online learning where ICT tools are being integrated for teaching learning process, and this enables synchronous as well as asynchronous communication. It gives the learner the choice to learn at their own pace and space. Also, it allows the flexibility to the teachers to deliver the contents by integrating text with audio, video, animations, etc. The case study that I've taken up is that of KKHSU, the only state open university in Assam, which has been the pioneer when it comes to taking initiative, whether it be adopting blended learning or using ICT tools for teaching learning process. COVID-19 have given this opportunity to now make the use of technology for continuous learning. At KKHSU, amidst this lockdown, a step was taken by which the faculties were asked to use the online platform to reach out to the students, and the faculties had uploaded study materials through PowerPoint presentation slides. They uploaded pre-recorded audio-video lectures, and live classes were taken in the official university page in Facebook. The objectives of this particular study is to investigate the learner's response to the initiative that has been taken by the university, and also to explore their problems as they adapt to this mode of learning. This study is a very micro study which has been conducted via online survey, and 80 learners responded to the survey. The questionnaire consisted of close-ended multiple choice questions. The findings of this particular study was, when asked if they were aware about the online classes, 63.77% of the learners replied saying that they were very much aware that the university had initiated the online classes. When asked if they were aware about the study materials being posted online, 51% of the learners said that they were aware. This leads us to understand that the learners keep themselves updated through the social media. In another set of questions, when they were asked if the what mode of course delivery method they preferred, it was seen that 49.28% of the learners were preferring to go for YouTube classes, which was followed by the live session classes taken on Facebook, which numbered to 23.19%. Slide presentations were preferred by 17.39% of the respondents. When asked if what time slot they preferred in order to attend any online classes, it was seen that 74.63% of the respondents opted for 1 to 2 hours of class sessions each day, whereas 14.93% of the respondents opted for 2 to 4 hours. And a minimum amount of 10.45% of the respondents said that they could attend any online classes for more than 4 hours. In yet another question, when they were asked whether they would prefer to interact with the teacher, 42.4% of the learners said yes, whereas 12.1% of the learners said no, and 45.45% of the learners said maybe. Here we see that the learners seem to be very shy when it comes to interacting with the faculties. In another question that was asked whether they preferred for what were the aspects of the program or the course that they preferred to discuss online, 50% of the respondents said that they would love to discuss issues which were related to their exam, which was very near, and it seems that that was the thought that was that was going on in their mind. And 26.3% of the learners said that they would love to discuss about their academics, especially the units related to their own discipline. 18% of the respondents said that they would love to discuss about the assignments. 5.56% of the respondents, they chose to go for other issues like administrative and support systems. On being asked whether they found the online classes interesting, 91.43% of the learners said they found.
Madam, sorry to interrupt. You have to finish within 1 minute.
Yes. And regarding the usefulness of the online initiative, 94.12% of the learners said they found it very, very useful. And one of the issues that was covered during the survey was whether they had adequate proper network coverage. 76.39% of the learners replied in affirmative, saying that they had adequate coverage. Now, the question of coverage here brings us to the point that in India, the urban areas, the people living in urban areas are the highest subscribers to internet. And here we see that there is the issue of equity and accessibility. From the response of the learners and the first experience as a teacher, there are certain observations that I have made in the study that there is an urgent need for the teachers and the learners to adopt technology and develop the skill of adaptability to the technological changes when it comes to online learning. Hence, the capacity building program for the teachers and training of the learners have become the need of the hour. In order to provide accessibility, there is a need to come up with new innovative ideas to reach out to the learners. And the learner's preference must also be taken into account while preparing for future course of action with regard to online learning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sukhmaya Lama, for her wonderful presentation on uninterrupted learning during a pandemic. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Our next presenter are Dr. Sanjay Agarwal and Professor Manoj Kulosestro. May I know who will present the paper?
Sanjay Agarwal. Am I audible?
Okay. I would like to request Dr. Sanjay Agarwal to present their papers. Thank you.
You are audible.
Hello, good evening to all. The topic for discussion is imparting technical education during pandemic and implementable solution through ODL, that is open and distance learning, online mode. Now, challenge for the technical education during this pandemic COVID-19. The first question, my question is how to impart education during this pandemic. As you know, the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic has raised a new requirement of some appropriate distance learning methodologies to cater the customized needs of the students of even conventional system. Engineering and technical education is no exception to this. As you know, AICT, that is a regulatory body of the technical education in the country, now has recommended many online solutions to impart technical education during this pandemic. Now, what is the solution to impart this technical education? My solution is the IGNOU model that we used to follow in the IGNOU. The School of Engineering and Technology of the IGNOU, with the responsibility of initiating academic, continuing and extension education program in the area of engineering and technology, it developed several programs aimed at increasing job potential and economic advantage to the learner. The program included degree, diploma, certificate, PG certificate, advanced certificate. The school also initiated an online program at PG certificate level in project management. Now, what are the methodologies that we have earlier adopted? The school practices participative and collaborative strategy by inviting different industries, because it is a collaboration of academic and industry. The instructional packages are designed and developed with the help of experts drawn from various institutions like IITs, NITs, National Institute of Technology, reputed university and engineering college in the industry. The school has forged alliance with the construction industries, development school and development council, that is CIDC, Directorate General of Shipping, DGS, Khadi and Village Industry Commission, KBIC, Footwear Design and Development Institution, Ministry of Power and Hero Motor Corps Limited, etc. to design, develop and conduct tailor-made course to meet the specific needs of respective employment sectors. Basically, the open university system is a more learner-oriented, and the learner is an active participant in the pedagogical process. Most of the instruction are imparted through the ODL methodology, which can be delivered in digital format as per following details. The study material that we use to make this type of material now in this pandemic, the question is how this study material can be transferred to the students. So there is our study material as loaded in IGNO website, that is e-Gyan course, from where student can take this study material. And this mix of printed and online resources such as website, audio, video, media clips, and MOOCs are also available. There are a number of MOOCs platforms, the SWAYAM, NPTEL, ebooks, EPUB format of e-learning material. Now, academic council. That academic council was conducted through the study center, which is the part of the regional center. Now, during this pandemic, we are facing this problem. So now this problem has been resolved with the using by different online platform. And this interactive teaching tools such as online quizzes, interactive learning content, live online classes, industry-oriented online webinars, video lecture on demand, and we can also use, and we are using in fact Facebook Live, Zoom online platform, Google Meet, Microsoft Team, etc. The tools which can be used for the taking the lectures. Now, for following methodology which can be adopted singularly or in combination to impart engineering education to the learner. The problem for the technical education is the laboratory, how the lab practical will be conducted. So for the solution for this is virtual lab packages developed and propagated by the MHRD, as well as the other related open education resources available may be good tool to conduct different lab session in association with related theory session. Now problem is how the assignment will be solved. Now a decision has been taken as the assignment, the soft copy assignment will be submitted to the regional center, and this assignment may be forwarded to the counselor or to the teacher for the evaluating. Now another platform that we can use for the assignment evaluation is the Canvas LMS. In addition, a continuous performance assessment system along with the online assignment and project submission facility may also be made use of. But one of the unique feature of an engineering program is the live hands-on laboratory and design experience. If an engineering program is offered online and it does not include hands-on laboratory experience, it raises a fundamental question. And what are those questions? Questions are, what are the expected outcome of the laboratory experience in the curriculum anyway? Can we describe the attributes of the engineering graduate that are developed with the hand-on laboratory experience? Could these attributes also be developed or enhanced through the program offered online? Yes, that is why the hands-on session for the laboratory courses were planned and conducted in the laboratories of the program study center and participating industry. Now some basic question from my side, because we are offering the different engineering program, BTech in construction management, BTech in mechanical engineering, but all of a sudden in 2010, all programs were stopped by the regulatory body, right? So now my question is, if at this pandemic time, all the programs can be offered online and all the regulatory body are saying that you should impart this your lecture through the online, so why we cannot start this technical education through online or ODL mode? One more question is, attendance is a major problem where students are not attending in the classes in a conventional system where attendance is less than 50%, but they are able to attend the class. They are able to pass. Now, whenever it is asked how you are going through, they say that they are attending the classes through the YouTube or they are attending the online lecture.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Sir, sorry to interrupt. Your time is over. Would you please,
So just concluding, I am. So my suggestion is AICT and other regulatory body should start to think how the technical education can be offered through ODL and online mode. This is my summation, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. We have one more presentation, which will be presented by Santu Biswas and Mona Lisa Sarkar. May I know who will present? It's a joint paper.
This is presented by Mona Lisa Sarkar.
Yeah. Please, ma'am, please present your paper. Binod, hello. Please spotlight Mona Lisa Sarkar.
Yes. not able to identify her. Ma'am, can you speak?
Hello.
Yes,
Am I
please
audible?
speak. Yeah.
Yeah,
Please
am I audible?
Please enable your video first.
Okay.
Enable your video first.
Please enable. Please enable. Can you hear me?
No, ma'am.
Sir?
Not very video.
You are not audible.
Not.
Ma'am, you are not clearly audible.
Hello, can. There is a connection problem actually. That is why the signal is breaking continuously. Hello.
You just start your presentation.
Hello.
Let us see whether we can hear you or not.
Okay.
Hello. You just continue your presentation, madam.
Yeah, of course. A very good evening to all of you. My name of my paper is Teaching Learning Amid COVID-19 Outbreak in India, Crisis and Concern. As we already know that the entire world is going through the grim situation because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the death toll has already risen to lakhs. And most part of the world is locked down. Maximum people are confined within their home. In India, the first case of COVID-19 was spotted in January 20 in
Hello.
People throughout the world are passing their days in afraid of getting infected by the deadly coronavirus. Hello, can you hear me? As a result,
You please continue.
Okay. As a result, all the educational institutions have been declared to be closed till further order. In such a situation, the regular teaching learning practice is also under crisis. However, various other initiatives have been taken by UGC, MRT, as well as by all decision-making authority that teaching learning practice may be continued with the help of technology. That is the online system. In pursuance of the mandate of the decision-making authority, most of the teachers have begun online classes through Edomo, Google Classroom, Skype, Zoom Cloud Meeting, and etc. Without any hesitation, it may be presumed that the initiative is good enough. But the question is, how many students will be able to access it? How many will be able to afford it? And what will be the option for those who are out of the digital platform? In the light of this, this paper objects to find out the crisis and concern related to it. Now, what is the significance? As I already discussed, life is continuously moving, time is passing away. So education must go on. The pursuit of education should also go on with life. There is no doubt that in the period of lockdown, the online classes are very effective theoretically, but practically, are the online classes really helping the students? Can the students afford the internet charge? Are the students mentally ready to attend the class at the time of pandemic? Can the students handle technology properly? Is the internet connection and speed is enough to attend the class? These are few questions which are very important for online classes. If the answer of any one question is negative, then all the investment for online class will go in vain. The teacher and the authority must keep all these things in mind for the success of online classes. At the present, the entire education system is largely dependent on online classes. So the present study on online classes is very much important. Now, the objective of the study is to find out the problems that are faced by the students while attending online classes. This online class system is not a very new kind of system, but yet it is unknown to many of the students and teachers. They are unable to handle it very effectively. Now, the second objective is to suggest some different possible solution for teaching learning practice during COVID-19. Now, all the data have been gathered through primary and secondary sources. That is based on the primary sources are based on the government report and books, while the secondary data sources are the journals, articles, newspapers, etc. Now, what are the crises that I'm talking about, that I'm speaking about? Okay, the research. The first.
Ma'am, sorry, ma'am. Are you listening to me? Hello.
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, you have 1 more minute. You have 1 more minute to give your presentation. You just go to your conclusion, please.
Okay, okay. So the things are the lack of resource, household responsibilities of participants, network issues, the amount of efficiency, striking situation, poor financial condition, and management motivation. Now, what is the concern that I'm talking about? So, what are the concerns? To prevent the student from getting bored. This is very important.
Hello. Hello. Ma'am, are you listening to me?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes, we are listening.
I think your time is over.
Go to. Time is over.
Okay. Since ma'am is not audible,
please go to next presentation.
Can I conclude it? Hello.
Hello.
It? Yes. Can I conclude it?
Yeah. You just conclude.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So however, the conclusion of the study, what I think is that the internet service provider must provide it properly everywhere. The internet services may be provided unlimitedly for the online classes and for educational purposes. Moreover, the students may be informed at early, before 2-3 days early, so that they can be equipped with all the things that is needed, like data and books may be provided to them, or information may be provided to them at early, so that they can go through the information class will, on the topic of the class that will be taken. Okay, these are some moreover, in future or for the future, some sort of tools may be provided.
Thank you, ma'am. You have to conclude. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm concluding.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Equipped. I'm equipped. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So all the presenters have presented their paper. All the papers are wonderful. And now, may I ask the participants to ask few questions? But before that, I would like to ask the participant that the questions should be very specific. We have 5 minutes left. If you have any query, please ask.
One question may I ask with Dr. Sanjay Agarwal from IGNOU. Dr.
Yes,
Sanjay Agarwal, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal from IGNOU talked about the AICT lifting the ban of these online courses, technology related courses, but the online regulations are quite tough. So can it possibly can go as a recommendation of this conference that the regulatory bodies take note of this and they may think about or rather rethink about lifting the ban of online courses. That's what point. And in fact, in chat options also I have seen one observation marked by Dr. B.R. Sharma in this regard. Hello.
Hello, Professor Sanjay
Yeah.
Agarwal.
Yeah, Sanjay Agarwal.
Professor Sanjay Agarwal, would you like to respond?
It's all right.
I think so.
He's disconnected, I think.
His
video is off. Yes.
Okay.
May I would like to know from Sir Rishikesh Barua sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Your paper is very well presented. But
Thank
I
you.
would like to know one thing that you said in your presentation that 75% learners are satisfied adopting the online transactions. So now I would like to just know from that 25% learners are unsatisfied. Then, so what are the reasons that 25% learners are unsatisfied due to using or not using the online courses or online transactions? What you would like to say in this regard?
See, first of all, this whole endeavor has been a maiden one for us, and at the same time, when we were basically trying to project our online endeavor, we were at the back end, we were also trying to, bring in the students. So bringing in the students to this new setup of system itself was another effort from all of us. And as you know, being in the teaching profession, you would be knowing that how the students are. Okay, so there are certain segments definitely for whom these are very pretty new things, and they would not be accommodative of the new things. Okay, and there are certain very specific reasons also. I keep on getting WhatsApp messages from my students almost all throughout the time, and they were saying that they want now practical classes. And for us, even our teaching colleagues, it was a new venture for all of them, and so we had to equip ourselves also. So starting the practical classes instantly was also not possible for us. So it was a sum up of many things which we tried to assemble and move ahead. And it was a learning thing for all of us. But yes, we tried to address to their situations. So there are, with regard to your query, I could say that there are one segment of students who were not really bothered about this whole thing. And secondly, there was another part who were really serious, and so they wanted to have their specific problems addressed. And since they were not addressed, so they were not happy. And I am happy that they were able to say their complaints outright. And so we tried to address them. And moreover, the statistics which I have said, frankly speaking, the numbers are compared to the total enrollment of our college, which is nearly 3,000, the numbers of respondents are less. So it is out of these values that I have put up this opinion of mine.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, we are running short of time. Hello. We cannot accommodate more questions. Hello. We cannot accommodate more questions because of lack of time, because we have one more session. We have to conclude. So before conclusion, before giving my concluding remark, so my concluding remark is that all the presenters have given very insightful presentation. I am thankful to all the presenters. I am also thankful to all the participants for patient hearing of all the papers. I am extremely thankful to our VC sir and the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity for moderating this session. And last but not the least, I am thankful to our reporter team for helping me to conducting this session. Thank you. So now I request the organizing committee to start the new session. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So we now start session 6, the last session of the day. And in this session, we have 10 papers. And myself, Dr. Bhaskar Sharma from the Department of Economics, and also the joint convener of this conference. And with us, we have our rapporteurs, Dr. Tisha Dora Borua, Assistant Professor in the Department of Mass Communication of our university, and Dr. Sukmaya Lama, Assistant Professor, Department of History of our university. So I just read out the names, and if actually I could not locate 3 papers in WhatsApp setting, so please just let us know whether you are present or not. I just read out the name first one. Yeah. The first paper is by Tumpa Dev, Research Scholar, Assam University, Silchar, and Dr. Remit George Carey. I think they are present.
Tumpa Dev is present.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the second paper is Miss Sudeshna Nath, Research Scholar, Department of Education, Guwahati University, and Rajesh Sutia.
Yes, I am present.
Okay, you are present.
I'm Rajesh Sutia.
Yeah. Then the third paper is by our Professor Dipendra Naran Sharma, sir. I think he is present. We saw him. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sir, you are present?
Present.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, yes.
Fourth paper is by Dr. Lakshmi K. Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, ADP College, Nagaon. I think she is present. Madam, you are present? Dr. Lakshmi K. Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, ADP College, Nagaon. Then in the next paper, we have Miss Arman Nisa Ansari, Assistant Professor, Christ College, Bhopal.
Yes, present.
Present, ma'am. Present, sir. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Then in the next paper 6, we have Jyoti Sharma, National Law University and Judicial Academy, Assam. Are you present? Jyoti Sharma. Okay, let us wait. She may join later on. The next paper is by Hoimavati Talukdar, PhD student, Department of Communication and Journalism, Guwahati University, and Dr. Ankuran Datta. I think they are present.
Yes, Hoimavati is present.
Yeah, okay, fine. The 8th paper was by Harshvardhan Pant, PhD scholar, Graphic at Hill University, and Professor Manoj Chandra Lohani. I think they are present. I just saw they are in WhatsApp. Maybe they will be logging in again. So then the 9th paper is by Dr. Bijaya Kumar Sahu. Okay, fine, thank you. And the last but not the least was the paper by Dr. Apeksha, Assistant Professor, School of...
Yes, sir, present.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, and once again, welcome all of you. So we start our session by our first paper by Tumpa Dev, Research Scholar, Assam University, Silchar, and Dr. Remit George Carey, Assistant Professor, Department of Education, Assam University, Silchar. The title of the paper is Accessibility and Utility of Online Learning Opportunities by the students of Assam University, Silchar during COVID-19 lockdown period. So your time is 6 minutes. I guess all of you know is okay. So please be concise with the presentation. Thank you. Please carry on.
Good evening to you all. Now I'm going to present a paper on accessibility and utility of...
Your voice is not coming louder. A bit louder, please.
Okay. Good evening to you all. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, I'm going to present a paper on accessibility and utility of online learning opportunities by the students of Assam University, Silchar during the lockdown period COVID-19. So I would like to share my screen.
Please carry on. Please carry on. Yeah.
Okay.
In the bottom, there is a button, the third button, share screen. You can see in the bottom.
Yes, I have seen that, but there are some options are coming, so I could not able to do it. So I'll be just presenting my paper without wasting time.
Okay, you present it orally, no problem.
Okay. The rationale
Yeah.
of the study is, as we all know that what online learning is all about, but when we talk about the students, the learner, they are, and more specifically the learner of the Assam University Silchar, as I have experience with them, so I can rightly say that they are not much aware about this online learning, or they are not comfortable about this online learning. They are rather very much bookish, or they want to they prefer this classroom learning system only. So the researcher wanted to understand, when online learning is only the option for this learning during this time, so how they are accessible, how they are assessing or utilizing this online learning during this lockdown period. The methodology which I have used is exploratory method, and the sample of the study is 12 students which were collected from the BSc B.Ed and 5 MS students, which was collected by using this purposive sampling method, and the data for the study was collected using this focus group interview method. Data analysis, for this the data was analyzed by using the following step, like data familiarization, uh, data coding, and the theme development and revision. The
Okay,
findings,
please go through your findings. Yeah, findings.
okay,
please.
the findings which I have quoted it in their own language. So the language which they have expressed in their own language, I have quoted it. It is like little experience on learning, as it is not easy to handle and understand online learning. Then they also say that online learning is difficult, as they rarely used online learning. Next is internet issue is the main problem, and proper knowledge of a learner is needed. The next is, they are using, although they find difficult, but then they are using this YouTube and Unacademy for online learning. Next is, they have very less motivation from the teacher or the learner during this time, so they don't find online learning as suitable as their classroom learning. The next is, they also find that they don't find that online learning is interactive. So these are some of the points which was raised by the learners. But to cross check this, I have also interviewed the teachers, and from them I came to know that, as the student was telling, that they are not they are not they don't find online learning as suitable. It is because of them only, whenever they get opportunity, they have this central library, but they don't like to access this central library, they don't go for this online learning system. And the teacher also told that whenever possible, the teachers try to accompany them, they try to answer their questions, but the students might have some issues with the online learning, but then some of the issues which they raised, it seems to be very impractical. So with this I conclude. Thank you.
Okay, indeed, a very significant some findings, because even when we are all talking about online learning, but the students themselves find issues with problems like internet or less motivation, and secondly is not interactive. So these are very important issues, and we should deal with. And I think in today's conference we shall get some ways to dealing with the problems. So the next paper, please.
Yes, sir.
It was by Miss
Shall I
Sudeshna
start?
Nath.
No,
Sorry?
I'm right here. I present it, sir.
Yeah. Miss Sudeshna Nath, Research Scholar, Department of Education, Guwahati University, and Rajesh Sutia, Research Scholar, Department of Library and Information Science, Assam University, Silchar. And the title of the paper is Pedagogical Challenges to Integrative Online Study Platforms. Who is Rajesh Sutia?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'll present it. So, no current connectivity problem.
Yeah, okay, fine. You please carry on here.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm very Sutia. Okay. So I'm very Sutia. So I just want to start my paper. So I just want to say that due to the pandemic situation and lockdown, we all know that the social and the economic condition has been it's been not very favorable, and most of the toll has been taken on the educational field. So educational and the academic field has been suffering a lot because the semester was on the peak, the education system, the classes were going to peak, and some of the universities, some of the colleges and schools are also getting up for technical examination, board exam as well. But due to the lockdown situation, it has been suddenly stopped, and the syllabus could not be completed on time. So I'll start my paper by sharing the screen. I'll just ask you that can you see my screen after sharing it? In mobile phone, the option is not there. Okay, the option is not there, so I'll just directly read out my presentation. As education is a very important structural component of India, which is being affected due to lockdown imposed, there is a need of a paradigm shift from a traditional classroom transaction to a virtual one, which is still sadly in the process of experimentation. To attain educational goals, the local problem areas need to be identified to come up with the better solutions. So the objective of the paper is that a comprehensive objective has been decided to check the situational challenges of online teaching learning related to accessibility, infrastructural and physical component, effective component, skill training and examination system. A methodology. Research method is a descriptive survey method, a cross-section design. Sample, we have collected 80 samples from Assam University and Guwahati University, 60 other students and 20 other teachers. Tools for data collection area. Two self-constructed questionnaires have been developed separately for teacher and students, and they have been circulated for the Google Forms. So conceptual framework, we have divided it into 5 groups. One is the prevalent online culture, who describes the online culture which is available or not, people are comfortable or not. Accessibility and infrastructural component, that is about network connectivity, internet and those things. Emotional component about the learning of the group and belongingness, relationship with the teachers, students, and the students among students themselves. Training in skill, the training about the using the technology and standard examination system. Response rate received is 60% the teachers and 70% is from the students from both the universities. So findings have been divided in 2 parts. First part is about the teachers and second part about the students. First part we have seen the teachers finding difficulty to access due to the infrastructural shortcomings. The prevalent teaching culture is in teacher is quite traditional. The mode of teaching delivery was Google Classroom, Zoom app, and pre-recorded audio and video clips. Lack of expertise affects their comfort level with minimum use of technology. Google Forms and Google Classrooms are used to a certain extent for the purpose of assessment of assignment, but a lack of standardized system is felt. Findings of the students are difficulty to access owing to remote geographical locations and formats, incompatibility of teaching materials, resulting in absence of the students. Online culture was not a conventional teaching mode. The motivational and the emotional component of educational objective is hardly realized. Teachers are found to recede to the background as mere facilitators. Suggestions. So the following are the suggestions. There should be development of a software or system customized for local needs of Assam specially. Orientation refresher courses to facilitate proper digital training for the students and teachers. Development of an open source software which can smoothly run the process of online teaching and learning. Inclusion of at least one online paper, practicum particularly, in the course curriculum of the students to be studied right from the school level so that they can get used to the online learning. Infrastructural and connectivity issues to be handled effectively by the local government. And I will conclude my paper by saying that the digital revolution in education has enough cracks and troughs to be considered, but we cannot build a virtual online community without a solid positive base for which the challenges to be addressed against the backdrop of educational objectives. Of course, online study platform can be reaped maximum benefit in its era of digitization only if all the associated problems are identified and trapped on time. So I would like to conclude by saying that we are not against online education, but we want to just suggest that we have to find out the challenges, what are the challenges we are having right now, so we can find a better solution to make the online education better. Okay, thank you so much. Feel free
Thank
to
you,
ask
Sudhir.
questions.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I now request Professor Anand Sharma sir to present his paper.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar Sharma. The topic of
Professor
our paper is
Dipendranath Sharma, as you know, all of you must be knowing, he is a professor in management, KK University, and the title of his paper is On Being Instructionally Resilient with Online. Thank you. Sir, please carry on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I shall start with two anecdotes from 17th century. Is it all right? Hello?
Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Your voice is coming, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'll start with two anecdotes. One is from 17th century. The first one is from by metaphysical poet John Donne. He was once struck down in 1623 by an infection, and he stated his experience as miserable. Another one, the other anecdote is by Samuel Pepys, was a British administrator, and he experienced the plague-induced quarantine in 1665, and he found the solitude highly beneficial. So, like them, we all are having this kind of experiences. Someone is having positive experiences, someone is having negative experiences. The landscape of teaching and learning has changed because of this ubiquitous virus. From Harvard to primary school, from PG to KG, all the institutions are closed. And in this context, there has been a felt need as well as an institutional push towards the online learning. And here, we can talk about that basic syndrome of no significant difference. One very pertinent recent study in my paper, I have mentioned about 3 or 4 experiential evidences as regards this phenomenon. There is no significant difference between online mode as well as the offline mode as far as achievement of learning outcome is concerned. I have also mentioned about a video tutorial, about an YouTube video with Professor Asa Kanwar, in which also it has been mentioned that there is no significant difference between the online mode and offline mode. So we can go about it. But the thing is that there are a number of issues as regards massification. And those issues we need to see, and more especially in the context of COVID-19, we have to see the massification issues and the ability to fight the disease in the context of South Korea, Israel, and Vietnam. And to that extent, education has played a big role. In case of India, though Government of India and the different state governments are trying to give an institutional push, but still the response is mixed, mostly because of these issues. And the number of issues have been discussed throughout the conference. I would like to point out a few more, possibly which has not been discussed, at least that has not come to my notice. One is the Jammu and Kashmir experience. NIT Srinagar has not been able to upload its e-resources, and the J&K students as well as the institutions are facing problems because of the 2G internet. That is a concern. Preparedness is moderate in majority of the states. Although we are talking about admitting online exam, Delhi University Teachers Association has raised their voice, as well as Krantikari Yuva Sangathan also has raised their voice, has expressed their apprehension and concern. Response and impact of this online examination is to be assessed. That has to be seen. Another concern, another issue is about the limited keyboard facilities as far as Hindi and the vernacular languages are concerned. Though there is a software available like say speech to text, but the thing is that all these require manual correction. Apart from this, the long hours in front of a small screen because the computer penetration is very, very low. Only the smartphone penetration is to some extent high. So long hours in front of a small screen. And the other issue is about simulation. Although we talk about simulation, but how can we think about wet labs having samples of self-life? Not possible. And in my paper, I have cited the data from NSF. And because the time is short, only two pieces of data I will share with the participants. One is 10.7% households only have computers. 23.8% households only have access to internet. So these are very pertinent pieces of information. But at the same time, in my paper, I have cited the references of KPMG data as well.
Hello.
Every opportunity and given us tremendous threat at the same time tremendous opportunities also. In conclusion, I would like to say, and quoting some other studies also, that online we consider as dead, whereas online we consider as active. There needs to be the blending between the two. One cannot be mutually exclusive. It cannot be an either or situation. This is more so in the context of our country, India. Because in India, we are still have to confront with the issues of digital divide. As I have substantiated it by some data. So the basic issues of digital divide, as well as those classic issue of Bharat versus India, that also has to be seen in terms of the rural-urban divide. And in this context, we'll have to think about adopting a selective approach. This massification approach possibly will not give us the right direction. That's my assertion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Indeed, some very good observations, like as sir already told it, there's some issues from Jammu and Kashmir, or even during typing, we have the key. The keys are not all are there in native languages, so these are very, very important issues. Or just like sir said, that the rural-urban divide of Bharat or versus the India. Okay, so these are very important issues. And so we move on to the next paper by, the next paper is by Dr. Lakshmi K. Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, ADP College, Nagaon.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
The title of her paper is Open and Distance Learning Models of Course Delivery to Mitigate Pandemic, National and International Approach. So this is a very important paper, I suppose. So, Madam, please carry on. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'd like to begin my paper. The title of my paper is Open and Distance Learning Model of Course Delivery to Mitigate Pandemic, National and International Approach. So, sir, I don't have to speak about COVID-19 and pandemic. We all are very known to the deadly disease, which is prevalent all over the globe. So now I want to tell about my paper in open and distance learning system due to the education system, due to the advanced effect of the lagging education system. We all know that the education is almost in halt because of this lockdown. So we have to find out some measures or some ways of online education delivery so they get the adverse effect of the lagging education system. So as current population of India is about 40 crores. So the main challenge is here is to reach the students of the remote areas, the students who lacks internet and other modern technological. In this paper, the 4 models which I have chosen that can be used in India, also it is used abroad for the models which are used for course delivery. And here the models, the 4 models which are chosen are online learning, mobile phones, television, and radio communication. So we all are speaking about online learning. Like we have MOOCs, we have EDS, we have virtual classrooms, Google Classroom, Google Hangout, Zoom, etc. We all are using. But if the students of the remote area, if they don't have access to internet or other technological facilities, how are they going to continue the education system? In that case, we can move to the second model, that is mobile phone. We know in every country, including India, it has the highest ownership or higher ownership of mobile phones. Every student they can use the mobile phone, the internet present in the mobile phone to browse the apps or the educational sites, and they can go for learning. And if they don't have even that mobile phone also, like students more coming from the remote area, so we can take the third option, that is the television. We know 60% of Indian households have TV sets. So DTH services providers such as Airtel TV, VM Videocon, Tata Sky, Dish TV, they can broadcast video lectures for students, and then students can be benefited out of that. And the fourth point is that radio communication. Radio is one of the oldest means of communication, and the instructions, education instructions can be broadcasted through radios for students and teachers. So even in countries like Spain, China, US, etc., including India, they are using radio communication successfully for educational purposes. And yeah, in my paper, I have given ideal models of course delivery adopted by countries like China, Russia, Indonesia, Bulgaria, Austria, etc. So in my discussion and conclusion of my paper is, according to my view, the combination of all the four models, online learning, mobile phones, television, and radio communication, will help to meet the population of 40 crore students in India, or even the larger population worldwide. For this, the government has to take some initiatives. Private and public bodies should come together, and open universities as well as conventional universities should join hands, so that we can reach to all the almost all the population of India, or the students who don't have access to the modern technologies or access to internet. So this is the conclusion of my paper, sir. And I have references.
Just a query.
Yeah.
Do you have any specific examples of teaching online in subjects like physics or chemistry?
Yes, yes, sir. Actually, during this days, in our college itself, sir, we are using Google Classrooms for taking classes, sir.
Okay.
And sir, we can like for our like physics and chemistry or mathematics, our board teaching is very much necessary. Derivation of equation problems and all. In that case, sir, simply giving the notes will not do. So we can shoot some videos. We can say record some videos by teaching on the blackboard, and then put it on our personal YouTube channel, and then give the link to the students. They can go through the channel one by one. The steps will be given, and they can easily, like classroom itself, I can, or any teacher can explain on the board and then record the video, give them the link. This will help them to solve the problem.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So we move on to the next paper. It's by Miss Arman Nisa Ansari, Assistant Professor, Christ College, Bhopal. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So title of our paper is Effective Use of Concept Mapping in Teaching Accountancy Through Online Mode. So, Madam, please carry on. Yes, Madam, please start.
Yes, sir.
One of your colleagues presented a paper in the morning session. Dr. Deepakar Singh, no? I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, ma'am, please start.
The title of the paper is Effective Use of Concept Mapping in Teaching Accountancy Through Online Mode. Here I have to tell, online learning being the latest wave of education is already having a fair show despite posing challenges for both instructor and learner, such as learners' involvement, teaching material, network connectivity, limiting time, learner privacy. So to overcome the issue with online learning, the concept mapping is one of the tools that involves visualizing relation between concept and ideas using graphical representation. It is a form of graphic organizer that consists of various circles or boxes called nodes, each of which contain a concept and are all interlinked through linking phrases. Concept mapping as an education learning tool can be more effective in teaching through online mode. So, as what is an accountancy? An accountancy is a systematic knowledge of bookkeeping and accounting that includes theories, principles, and system of accounting. But how to use concept mapping in accountancy? As to teach definition, principles, theories, and system of accounting. The teacher can design a template for the topic, save as an image, and convert in the form of PDF that can be sent to the learner through email or WhatsApp group beforehand and ask them to go through the template. After that, when the template received by the learner, the online session can be taken on that topic through live video session, which will make the concept more clear and easy to understand by the learner. As I will show with an example, this is to show the definition of an accounting. So this model, which has been prepared to show how a concept map can be constructed, this model illustrates the simple concept map for definition of accounting, which shows accounting linked to corresponding concept in identification, recording, classifying, summarizing, analyzing, and communication to the user. as the mastery over the topic is must for the teacher in order to prepare a concept mapping. So what are the benefits in teaching accountancy? The concept map can help accounting student in developing positive attitude to ongoing learner and in becoming self-disciplined, self-directed learner by enabling them to integrate new knowledge with conceptual understanding. Emphasize meaningful learning instead of rote memorization of fact. It will brainstorm idea on a particular topic. It will develop higher order thinking skills and problem solving abilities. So I will conclude as the concept mapping is an effective cognitive tool in the online learning and teaching that the basic idea is to entail what the student already understand well. This would increase the student comfort level with new concept to be learned and thus enhance the relevance and effectiveness of an accountancy subject for meaningful online learning. Thank you all the organizer. A special thank from all the participants of Christ College Bhopal.
So we now move to the next paper by Jyoti Sharma, National Law University and Judicial Academy. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there.
The title of our paper is Role of Online Learning in the Time of COVID-19, a Pedagogical Transformation. So ma'am, please carry on.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Good evening to one and all present here. The topic of my research paper is Role of Online Learning in the Time of COVID-19, a Pedagogical Transformation. So before starting, I would like to state the objective of my research paper. So there are basically three important objectives of my research paper. Firstly, my research paper is an attempt to understand the role of online learning in the time of this pandemic situation. Secondly, to address all the issues and challenges which are being faced by the student. And thirdly, to deal with, I will state you some kind of recommendation and suggestions. So starting with the first objective, that is to understand the role which is being played by the online learning system in the time of this COVID-19. So as we already know that the rate at which the coronavirus has spread across all the India has forced the central as well as the state government to shut down all the educational institutions as a precautionary measure. But at the same time, many educational institutions have already shifted to an online system. But if we see that moving simply from a traditional educational physical classroom system to an online system is not as simple as it might appear. Because it is not only a technical issue, it is also an instructional as well as a pedagogical challenge. But at the same time, we also cannot deny the fact that the role of online learning has played a very pivotal role in the midst of this pandemic. So basically, if we talk about the online learning system, there are basically two kinds of methods which can be adopted or which are adopted by the teacher. Firstly is the synchronous activity and the other is the asynchronous activity. Synchronous activity basically deals with the video conferencing system or video chatting, and asynchronous activity basically deals with giving teachers feedback. And apart from this, there are also other methods which are being adopted by the teacher, like content production, then collaborative writing, then multimedia presentations, then video conferencing, and many more. And nowadays, we can see that teachers are also shifting to set up an online learning management system, which is also known as an LMS. So LMS is playing a very important role and beneficial for the student as well as the teacher, because if we see that with the help of the LMS, teachers can create a customized test for the student, then they can articulate the learning, integrate course materials, and many more. And not only this, one of the most important feature of this LMS is that it helps to create a streamlined communication between the student as well as the teacher. Now coming to the next objective, that is issues and challenges. So there are various issues and challenges which are being faced by the student as well as the teacher. So first of all, I'll talk about the challenge which is being faced by the teacher in an online learning environment. So as we all know that online learning environment requires a specialized kind of a skill set, like conducting classes in a virtual environment, then video conferencing, and responding to student content, and many more. Now, if we see that in many rural areas, like many teachers have limited or no experience of conducting classes in an online environment. So this might be one of the biggest challenge for those teachers. And not only this, there are also many teachers who are also parents and with a homebound children. So it is very difficult for them to conduct classes. So sometimes online capacity may prove to be an issue for those teachers. Secondly, the most important challenge and the biggest challenge which is being faced by the students is that although we know that students are tech savvy, but at the same same time, there are few students who can easily handle this technology in an online learning system. It is very beneficial for these high school level student, but it is very difficult for giving instruction online to the kindergarten or the first grade level student. And if we take into consideration the physically disabled children or the specially able children, online learning system can also be proved to be one of the biggest challenge for them. And apart from this, another important challenge which I have encountered is the devices. Like in order to get access to the online learning system, one needs to have the devices in the form of like laptops or the tablet. But there are few students like who belongs to the low income group. So for those people, getting access to these laptops can be really challenge for them, and it may create as a barrier in their education system. Then another important challenge which is being faced by teachers as well as the students is the network connectivity and the poor internet connections because of the poor bandwidth. So sometimes online learning can also be frustrating because of the poor response from the internet, or sometimes because of the interruptions that occur because of the poor bandwidth, and it might also create as a barrier for them. And last but not the least, which I believe that another challenge is the cybercrime issue, which is rampant in our country and which is taking place. So this needs to be addressed and this needs to be taken into consideration, because those teachers and students who are not well conversant with the use of technology can become a victim of the cybercrime issues in our country. Coming to conclusions and recommendations, I would like to give a few recommendations like as I already stated that teachers are facing some problems. So if government provides some kind of training to these teachers in a very compressed time frame, then it will be very beneficial for those teachers. And for the students who are not able to access devices, then if they can also work through the mobile technology by using the 4C formula, that is content, compute, and capture and communicate. And apart from this, if the government also provide them like a tablet to those people who belong to low income group, then it will be really beneficial for them. Then apart from this, if teachers give some kind of feedback to the students in their activities and the assignment and go for plagiarism checker, then it will be really beneficial for the students in an online environment. And if we talk about the network connectivity, so if administration and the
please
government...
summarize. You have 1 minute left.
Okay, sir.
Please summarize.
So basically, concluding my presentation, I would like to state that effective online learning system is not like equally like a face-to-face system. So basically, if in this preparing to move education outside of traditional physical classroom, it basically requires some kind of careful thought process and coordination and careful decision making. And it can only be successful when there is a close collaboration between the technology teams and learner, instructor, and as well as the government. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now move to the next paper by Hoimavati Talukdar, PhD student, Department of Communication and Journalism, Guwahati University, and Dr. Ankuran Datta, Associate Professor, Department of Communication and Journalism, Guwahati University. The title of the paper is E-Learning Issues and Challenges in Higher Educational Institutions in India. So, Ms. Talukdar, please carry on.
Good evening, everyone. My title is E-Learning Issues and Challenges in Higher Education Institutions in India. We thought of coming across this topic because of all the difficulties the faculty members are facing across the country. So coming to the main objective, the objective of the study is to provide a detailed analysis of the difficulties faced by the teachers and also to assess how we can grade them into various categories. The research question that was mainly asked in this study was, what are the kinds of challenges faced by the teachers in the current lockdown situation across higher educational institutions in the country? And it was mostly an open-ended question. For my methodology part, I took an online interview, a feedback interview from the various faculty members ranging from Kolaghat College in Assam to Rajiv Gandhi University in Arunachal Pradesh to Aligarh Muslim University in Uttar Pradesh, Kharagpur College in West Bengal, Shivnadar University in Delhi NCR, Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalay, Wardha in Maharashtra, Women's Providence College in Kozhikode, Kerala. So after going into their opinions, their answers to this question, because it was mostly an open-ended question, I could divide these problems and the issues that they were facing into short term and into long term. In the short term, I categorize their difficulties into technical glitch and attention retention. In technical glitch, what they told me, the teachers told me that while conducting any session online, be a class lecture, sometimes in the moment they want to set up the connection, it gets disconnected for a short time, but again it gets reset up, and sometimes the audible quality is not that good because of poor connectivity. And also to take a class of 36 or perhaps for 60 students, it is not that very good when it comes to online education. So among the attention retention, they also say that we cannot assess whether the students are participating in a lecture, whether they are understanding our things, because sometimes even in Zoom, what they do, they just open the screen and unmute themselves, and sometimes they also hide the screen. So we don't know whether they are participating or not. Sometimes we keep on taking their names, but still there's no answer from them. So participation and whether their attention has all been taken and assessed is also very important issue. Coming to the long-term issues, what we got is inaccessibility. Inaccessibility in terms of, as Asha ma'am today pointed out, in terms of the rural-urban divide. Also, it becomes extremely difficult. Even in Tezpur University, also some faculty members are facing problem when it comes to spending 2 GB data or a particular amount of data for the entire day class. I'm talking particularly of the faculty members who are not used to this online education mode. They are mostly into the conventional education mode. So it becomes extremely difficult when they take up this kind of classes, incurring huge amount of data, neither in the part of the students nor in the part of the teachers. It becomes a very expensive method or a tool for imparting education. Second is low level of technical literacy. In remote colleges like, Arunachal Pradesh, where I interviewed few of the faculty, they said that it's not just the teachers who do not know how to use these tools, but it is also students who are not very much trained in accessing these tools, because it is for the first time, because of this COVID pandemic, they are jumping or shifting from a traditional classroom to a online mode. So the level of technical literacy also becomes a gap in using this kind of teaching. Participation issues in the long term is also very problematic, because the lack of participation by the students due to the missing link of online interaction, where the student only listens to the audio, creates a lack of adequate attention on the part of the listeners and diminishes their interest in participation. So, sometimes in webinar also, the participants can only write the questions and cannot take up follow-up questions. It becomes more of a one-way learning without being able to break up in between the lectures and pose a question by the students. So again, one of the most important thing that I want to talk about this here is fatigue. Fatigue when it comes to online teaching is, the teachers pointed out, is of a different quality than the conventional method of teaching in the classroom. They said that we find in online the level of fatigue is much higher when we take regular classes for 30 or 1 hour. The mental pressure bubbles up more than the conventional. Perhaps this is just an assumption. It might be because of the recent shift between the online, between the conventional to a more modernized or an online teaching mode. So the fatigue level is quite high when it comes to these teachers who have been recently adapted to this kind of learning. Coming to the discussion and conclusion, the above analysis is from the feedback interview collected from faculty members across universities and colleges in India, in the entire country. While commenting on their positive viability, the faculty have pointed out the difficulties they were experiencing in terms of their online teaching, which I have categorized into long-term and short-term. So all the above mentioned issues of cost effectiveness, accessibility of internet connectivity, low level of technical literacy, participant issues can only be solved if proper policies are implemented by the concerned policymakers. Winding up the presentation, this paper is just an humble attempt to address the issues and the challenges that were faced by the teachers who are into the mode of teaching a conventional medium. And so I just have pointed out few of the difficulties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lagdar and Dr. Very nice presentation. So we now move with our next presentation by Horsbardhan Pant. I think he is not online. He is having some problem in WhatsApp group. We found it. So Then we move to the next presentation by Dr. Bijoy Kumar Sahu. Are you online? Dr. Sahu, are you online? Dr. Sahu. So let us wait if they can join. So then the last presentation is by Dr. Opeksha. Ma'am, are you there? Dr. Opeksha?
Hello? Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah. So the next presentation will be by Dr. Opeksha, Assistant Professor, School of Liberal Education, Galgotias University, Greater Noida. The title of our paper is E-Learning, a Revolution for Exploring and Readministration Against Global Pandemic. So please start.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Hello, everyone. Good evening. This is indeed a unique opportunity and a proud privilege to stand in front of this galaxy of intellectuals for giving presentation on in spite of this complete lockdown. Okay. Now, the title of our presentation is 1 minute. The title of our presentation is E-Learning, a Revolution for Exploring and Remonstration Against Global Pandemic. Here, in the introductory part, I've included what are the various reasons for giving the online education that comes. The very first is the globalization is one of the most important influences that prompted the online education approaches to be developed. Employers are scattered at various geographical locations, so the conventionals to train them is time-consuming and expensive. The computer technology and internet are boons for teachers and learners both. That means education needs to be completely unprecedented and continuous, and that is how the e-learning came into existence. Now, the virus COVID-19 that is swerving the reforms in educational fields, the COVID-19 spread has resulted in the shuttering of educational institutions worldwide. Such shutdown has facilitated the growth of these institutions or learning environments so that learning will not be interrupted. Now, talking about the rebuttals for offering online classes, it provides highly secure and educational environment. It offers engaging reinforcements that enable students to study 24/7 and operate at own pace. It offers versatile scheduling services. It is applicable at any place with if you have an internet access. You can even get direct feedback. To students or from students to teachers. It also enables the franchises to link timetables and classes online to maximize class attendance. It is obvious, therefore, e-learning involves World Wide Web to impart instructions, and individuals can learn through interactive tools. Now here also, I've also included e-learning designs and development, which includes the analysis, design, development, evaluation and implementation, translation and LMS hosting. All these are discussed in detail in my article. Here also, I also included the ethics of adult learning principles, because adults learn completely different from the youngsters. They are auto-driven and adaptive. They have a different research applications. They are challenging time pressures, are enticed by positive and negative factors, is problem focused, is goal driven, requires pragmatic and applicable learning. They are information and insight to individual learning. Now, coming to the concluding a summary of my presentation, the e-learning approach is a new concept and is largely unexplored and untapped. Hence, web thus becomes a rich source of raw materials which the students can transform into creative pieces. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So let me once again see if the other participants are logged in till now.
Okay.
So it was Horsborden Pant and Professor Monas Chandra Lohani. Are they in? Hello? Horsborden Pant and Professor Monas Chandra Lohani. Are they in?
Lohani is in online, I think.
And the paper 9 was by Dr. Bijoy Kumar Sahu. Are they in? Bijoy Kumar Sahu?
Lohani is on.
Hello?
Lohani is online, but his video and audio is disabled.
Okay. So then we move for the discussion. Any question and answers you have? Any of the participants? Any observations?
I guess everyone is tired now since morning, so no questions.
So just a minute, madam. I know. So I see Dr. Ankuran Dr. here in the session. Is he online? Dr. Dr. Hello. Hello, are you there online, Dr. Ankuran Doctor?
So he just informed me that he's extremely busy with a Government of India document and he has
Okay,
some
he
work.
was online just now. I saw
Yes,
him
sir.
actually.
Yes,
That's
sir.
why.
He was there in the session. He just left.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, madam, yes, please continue, ma'am.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I have something to ask.
Hello.
Yes, yes. Tisa.
Yes.
Okay, please continue. Then I will come in. Sharma sir, yeah.
Yeah, I have a query for Miss Lakshmi. Is she there online? Hello?
Dr. Lakshmi, are you online?
Is she online?
No, she left. Already left.
Oh, she has left. Okay, maybe.
Okay. Actually, I had a query for her. It's okay.
Okay.
Hello, I have a question.
Yes, yes, please.
Actually, there are two questions. One question is some speakers said that there is no difference between online education and traditional education. So, do we have any empirical evidence for that?
So, this is a specific question to anyone?
I don't remember the name of the
Okay,
speaker.
I think Dr. Professor N.N.
Yes.
Sharma quoted that study, or not the study, but he quoted that research. Several studies have been done whether online is effective or formal system is effective, or what is the difference between them. So it's a mixed result actually, findings. Some studies show that the standalone online programs are effective and people, they are students, they are learning. Some show that formal is effective, and compared between the two, again, there is mixed result. So at this moment, no concrete findings have come out. It depends upon the subject which you are, the people they are taking, right? Even in MOOCs, which is being offered by edX or Udemy or by Future Learn and so on and so forth, even it is the true that some people, they are learning from this, and some people, they say no, formal system is much better.
Thank you so much for the comprehensive answer.
Yeah,
And the second question is that we are all talking about the online education. Is there any way out for doing the practical things, especially with respect to science subjects like bio?
Can I?
Okay, can I just answer this and then you can, or Mr. Professor Sharma wants
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, I would like to add to this. The two questions. One is about the significant difference thing. In my paper, I have referred to 3 empirical evidences, and more especially as the paper may not be accessible as of now, but that YouTube video that KKH has to be produced in an interview with Professor Asa Kanwar, the name of the book has not come to my mind as of now. She referred to about this no significant difference phenomenon. And at the same time, as Professor Madhu Parahare also has stated, there are mixed responses, mixed experiences we all are having. And in this regard, another conclusion is sometimes made that online is efficient, offline is effective. So both way it just could be complementary, and it's not a question of mutually exclusive either or kind of a situation. Second one is about that biological thing. Although many times we talk about simulation, in my presentation also I just raised that query that in the wet labs, having samples of self life that is not cannot be presented with the help of simulation. So all the things may not be possible with the online devices. There are issues are there. So to that extent, possibly we will have to have a mixer or and what has been stated like a hybrid kind of thing to address all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, if I add to what Professor Sharma said about the second question, there are virtual labs people have, like Amrita University has created a lot of virtual labs. IITs have gone into virtual labs. If you just Google and you will see many countries, developed countries, they have their virtual labs. Like for example, if you remember UGC few years back, they had given a circular that no more the dissection of frogs will take place, because this was against the animal rights people. They said, no, you cannot kill the rats, you cannot do the experiment. So even UGC said no. So what happened? Their online dissection was done, because that is an important part in the biology lesson, actually, to do a dissection of a frog or any other animal. So they said do an online experiment and do it so that. So what Professor Sharma was talking about, simulations are there and these are coming up, and IITs, they are developing these virtual labs where you can do this experiment. I myself has observed when I did Google it, for chemistry, if you see that in a pipette, you see the color changes. So even you see on computer also the color changes and you can see the reading. So if you just Google and you will find it out, there are certain experiments which can be done, but maybe not all experiments can be done virtually.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please. Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes, please. Anyone was asking something?
Yeah, is it I'm Ankuran Datta, so
Yeah.
only one thing, that as Madhu ma'am just mentioned about the virtual lab system. So the government of India has also a provision of e-yantra. So e-yantra that creates laboratory for training in embedded system in collaboration with the IIT Bombay. So this is just I wanted to add here.
Thank you.
And any other questions?
Hello.
Yeah, any other questions?
Hello. Hello,
yes.
Bhaskar.
Yes, please.
Hi.
Yes, please. Hello. Hello, yes.
Disconnected. Disconnected.
Hello.
Yes, I'm there.
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, actually, I'm communicating through very unstable internet connection.
Okay, so Keda, yes, please. Yes.
I have heard two paper actually, Madam Juti Sharma's paper and the Haimawati Talukdar's Madam paper.
Yeah.
And there are some
so your voice is not coming.
Can he send the question if he has any question?
Can you please text in? Can you just send the question in chat?
Okay, now I'm coming again.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
There, Madam rightly out the application of online minors. Our level, school levels students. Definitely, this is a matter of concern because safe of screen time and online tools.
Your voice is breaking actually. So let me see if we can connect again. So I just wanted to ask Mr. Doctor actually. I was just looking for you. Now, what is your view actually? How do you feel that the mass communication can play a role in COVID-19 other than the media channels and all these things? We have also seen that some of the channels have also launched educational programs. So what is your view actually? How they can help in this situation?
No, see, the first thing is that during this particular situation of lockdown, so we have lots of provisions actually, not only with utilizing only the video conferencing systems like Zoom, Skype, or any other video conferencing system, but there are lots of other provisions available. And more particularly, I can say that some messaging apps, even WhatsApp also have been using, WhatsApp has been using in a great extent by all the educators to communicate to their students and also send some text materials, PowerPoint presentations, etc. for the students. So these are of course there. At the same time, I think what government could do that they could systematically organize the Gyan Darshan channels, because we have Gyan Darshan 1, Gyan Darshan 2, Vyas and Ekalavya. So there are 4 basically channels dedicated for the education. Okay, the educational television channels. So they could be properly utilized, I think, in a good manner, which is not done particularly. This is my personal view. And at the same time, there are lots of Gyanvani channels which are not functional. In between, actually, all the Gyan Darshan channels and Gyanvani channels both were not functional for a long time because there was a research paper, and that the title of the research paper was that the television channel nobody watches. It is on the Gyan Darshan. So government was very reluctant to initiate again with Gyan Darshan, but now it is open. So Gyan Darshan could be Gyan Darshan, Vyas and Ekalavya. All these 4 channels could be utilized in a proper way. And at the same time, Gyanvani could also play a pivotal role in this particular situation, but which is, I think, which is lacking. This is my personal observation. And apart from the government means public service broadcasting, there are lots of other provisions now available, in particularly the social media. So we can use the social media in a great extent. In our paper with Haimavati and myself, so we have found that there are lots of technical glitch of using online classes. But in my personal view, that because we have completed actually 100 classes in last 1 month using Skype. Okay. And from my particular experience, it is also covered in the newspapers today. So in last 100 classes, I have seen that around 85% students are attending the classes. Only 15% students are unable to attend the classes. But what we do, generally, we record all the classes, Skype classes, and later we just disseminate these classes through WhatsApp to the students. So they are also doing, and I have just informed my university authority that anytime in June we can conduct the examination. So we are now in that particular progress, and we have completed around 70% of our curriculum, and nearly 30 to 35% of the curriculum in last 1 month of lockdown period. So we are doing very well. But in our research, particularly when we collected the data from different parts of the country, then we found that they are not using, it is not very much useful for many people. It is only because that they have some some problem, as we have just drastically, it is a revolutionized kind of thing. Now we have suddenly we have changed from the conventional mode to online mode. Yes, so this is why the people are also not very much user friendly. Means some of the platforms are not very much user friendly, and they are also unable to use those platforms for the education purpose, for dissemination of education particularly. Okay, thank you, Doctor, for your experience, sharing your experience. Thank you so much. So we have actually half an hour roughly. So I just have a recap if these participants, those are left, are again they are in the session. Just for the last time. It is by Harshvardhan Pond or Professor Manoj Chandra Lohani from Graphic Era Hill University, Phimtal. Is any one of them are present? And there is the next participant, Dr. Bijoy Kumar Sahu. So I think they are not present now. So in this session, we had 10 papers and 8 presentations were made. And as we have seen in the whole day, actually, the real issues have come up. Even if we are talking about internet, online learning, everything, but the real issues of even the students, they are in a way actually how to manage this online learning, because many of them are not properly trained up, particularly those in the conventional media and conventional education, they are not properly trained up. So how to use technologies. And the other issues is that suppose in open universities like us, we have a content. We have the content that we can share. Even we have already shared. But in traditional universities, where is the content? The specific syllabus
specific content is also not there. So these are some of the issues. Then how to go for evaluation? If this period of lockdown continues, then what will be the evaluation techniques? What will be the evaluation methods that will be applied? So these are the very pertinent issues. And I hope some ways will be coming up in the next day's presentation as well. So tomorrow we start. I just give a brief recap of the tomorrow's schedule. We start at 9 o'clock in the morning with a technical session 7. Then we will be having at 10 a.m. Indian Standard Time.
Oscar,
yeah.
Vijay Kumar Sahu is here.
Sahu is there. Yeah,
Dr.
Dr.
Vijay
Sahu.
Kumar
Okay,
Sahu is here.
in. Okay, then he can present. Yeah, please,
Yes.
sir. Dr. Sahu, are you there? Hello, sir. Your mic is mute. Please unmute it. Your speaker is mute.
So, good evening, friends. It's a very it is a good opportunity for me to interact with all the resource persons. Even Professor Madhuprar is from IGNO. So
we are waiting for a long time, sir.
And,
we are waiting for you a long time, because our session was already concluded.
She is very known figure in IGNO, and I know that this is a small presentation, and this is online support services for learners and IGNO during COVID-19, a case study of Regional Center Bhubaneswar. So really, during this period, we have experimented that different activities, particularly this during COVID-19, by the national government. Experimentation that we bring COVID-19 was really encouraging, and the student really they participated and they took interest in online study or online learning. Come to the next slide. The role of Gyan Darshan is already my friends they already talked about. So now the most important so online classes, the student they were quite took part, or they were quite satisfied, and these are and the student they view that online all information they are getting live, and to communications with the learner and the teachers, and both the teachers are learners. The activity are taking part in the discussion, citing different examples and assessing performance. So these assessment also made it online, whether it is really working or not, whether teachers are really taking interest in teaching the students. So these type of testing also online teaching. And this is my conclusion, teaching and learning who takes platform for all every student learn is using or Google Meet, which can to the students online. So it could be possible, the assessment could be possible, and it could be done online. Online communication to the student could be possible also, and this online communication, it could be possible through WhatsApp and Facebook and also other digital platform. Online delivery of study materials, it could be possible because there are some digital depositories are there which can be shared by the student, or which the student can download the materials from the eGyan course or any other platform which is there in the university level, and that material they can use for the study purpose and instead of the hard copies. Then feedback of the learner is also encouraging. When he collected the feedback that how is the online platform or teaching platform, they were quite satisfied that this learners feedback which he collected really encouraged us to continue the online classes for counseling classes for the learners, and it's still continuing in Bhubaneswar. And I hope that this experiment what I made during this COVID-19, it was a eye opener for us. And this online learning really, it helped the learner to learn something and upgrade the knowledge. And I hope that this can be practiced. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. So if anyone has any comments on him, on his presentation.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, please carry on. Yeah. Yes, please. Okay, so as we have already concluded the session.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Soika, yes.
Am I audible right now?
Yes,
you are audible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So may I again submit my observation right now?
Yes, sure. Yeah, sure.
Actually, regarding Jyoti Sharma Madam's paper, I find some interesting observation she has presented, especially how to use online education in case of children who is studying at lower classes. So there, I think parental education and training regarding online
I think, Mr. Bhaskar, it is now the connection.
I just give a recap of tomorrow's session.
Maybe we can wind up and give a recap.
Yeah. I just give a recap of tomorrow's session. We start at 9 with a technical session 7. Then at 10 a.m. we have a keynote address by Dr. V. Balaji, Vice President, Comparative Learning, and he will be speaking on technology and ODL during the lockdown. So this is a very, very important session. I request all of you to kindly log in. Then at 11, we will be having panel discussions, and the panelists are Dr. Sanjay Mishra from Comparative Learning, Professor Samuel Anbahan Aridurai, Vice Chancellor of Open University of Sri Lanka, Professor Dr. M.A. Mannan, Vice Chancellor, Bangladesh Open University, then Dr. K.C. Lee, Open University of Hong Kong, then Professor Tunio Yamada, Open University of Japan, and Dr. Andy Liu, Health University, Malaysia. Then after that, we will be having the technical sessions, and there is also an interactive session at 15 hours, 3 p.m. in India Standard Time. It was by Professor Matej Chaudhary, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And there will be total 12 sessions, and we'll be ending up into 9:30 in the night, 9:30 p.m. night tomorrow, starting from 9. So please be log in, and we look forward to all of you for kind presence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, it is 9:30. I think if we see the list of participants, the number of participants in the morning, we started with 300 plus, and now we have 59. My computer shows that the list of participants is 59. So that's okay. I mean, it's a long day. It's a long day for all.
And madam, thank you to you too, because you were present all through the day actually.
Thank you so much. All colleagues of Krishnakant Handike Open University, they have done a wonderful job. Thank you so much, and we will see tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good night. Yeah.
Good night, ma'am.
Thank
Good
you.
night, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.